Chapter 28. Why should I stop him? The academy elder raised his eyebrows and laughed. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Fang Yuan, saying, "This kid already has control of the entire situation and knows when to stop. Look at how he slashes at people's necks. He only slashes at the left and right sides, never at the back of the head or neck. This is because he knows that slashing at the left and right side of the neck can cause people to faint on the spot. But slashing at the back of the head and neck can cause death, so he gave up on this method of attack. Look at all these youngsters on the ground. Which one of them is heavily injured? None. So what if they are heavily injured? With our academy's healing Gu masters, can't they heal this kind of injury? But Lord Elder, this kid is too arrogant. He is blocking the entrance and does not even put us guards in his eyes. It is fine if we are ignored, but the key is how the clansmen will look at our academy. They actually allowed a small C-grade student to create havoc in the academy and did not stop him. If this matter spreads, it will affect Lord's reputation." The guard squinted his eyes and said, "Humph, it is you who feel that this kid is ignoring you and offending your dignity, right?" The academy elder was displeased and sneered, his sharp gaze sweeping over the guards. All of them lowered their heads. Qi Dao did not dare to. What's wrong with fighting? As long as no lives are lost, it can stimulate the competitive mentality of the students and temper their fighting spirit. If we want to stop this kind of fighting, we will be killing the students' fighting spirit. Were there no fights in the previous years? There were fights every year and they happen very frequently. But in the past, it happened in the second half of the year. When the youngsters had grasped some fighting techniques and with strength, they could not help but itch to fight. Why did you not stop these people in the past? The academy elder questioned coldly. Maybe it is because the fights in the previous years were all one-on-one battles and rarely on such a large scale. But this Fang Yuan is really too much of a troublemaker. The guard leader replied, No. The academy elder shook his head. This is because you do not dare to stop him. Because in the second half of the year, Gu masters have battle strength that surpasses mortals. What can you mere mortals use to stop him? Now you want to stop Fang Yuan. Maybe you feel that he has just started cultivating and does not have enough strength. They also felt that he had disregarded them and offended their dignity. But you must remember, these students' surnames are all Guyue. He is a member of the Guyue clan, your master. No matter how young or weak he is still your master. The elder's tone suddenly turned severe. If your surname isn't Guyue, who do you think you are? Seeing how loyal you are, I gave you the position of a guard and rewarded you with some benefits. But in reality you are still slaves. He was just a servant. A servant dares to talk nonsense about his master and meddle in his master's affairs? The elder's face was as gloomy as water. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. This subordinate dares not. This subordinate dares not. The guards were so scared that their faces turned ashen. One by one, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. The academy elder snorted coldly and pointed at the head of the guards who had just said that Fang Yuan was too noisy. You talk nonsense about your master. You are stripped of your position as head. After pausing for a moment, the elder said to the others, in half a month's time, a new head will be tested. The eyes of the other guards immediately lit up and their hearts were suddenly filled with excitement. The head of the guards will be able to get half an extra piece of yuan stone every month. To be able to become the head of the guards means that you are a person above others. Apart from the masters, let's see if anyone else dares to give me any face. If I were to become the head of the guards, how glorious would that be? Alright, what are you all standing there for? Get the hell down. When the fight is over, go clean up the place. The elder scolded. Yes. This subordinate will take his leave. The guards went down the stairs in fear and trepidation. On the stairs, someone lost his footing and fell down. Immediately, a series of falling sounds could be heard. But because of the academy elder's power, the guards' faces were all red. They tried hard to hold it in and did not make any noise. A servant is like a dog. Every once in a while, the bones all over my body will itch and I will have to beat them a little to let them know respect. Then I will throw some dog bones for small gains and let them fight amongst themselves, fighting to give their lives to my clan. As the saying goes, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. This is the only way to be in a superior position. The academy elder heard the commotion downstairs and laughed coldly in his heart. He turned his head and looked through the window at the academy entrance. On the ground at the entrance there were more than 10 new students. Fang Yuan stood proudly with his head held high. Opposite him, there were 3 young girls standing back to back, cowering at the side. You don't come any closer. If you come any closer, we will shoot you with our moonblades. A layer of blue light appeared on their hands. It looked like they were forced into a corner, and actually used their primeval essence to activate the moonlight goo. Fang Yuan's body was still that of an ordinary 15-year-old boy. If they used their moonblades to attack, it would not be easy to handle. But he was not afraid. He laughed coldly in disdain and approached the girls step by step. You all have guts. Have you forgotten the rules of the academy? The academy does not allow the use of goo to fight, or else you will be expelled. If you want to be expelled, then go ahead and make your move. The girls hesitated. There is indeed such a rule. The blue light on their hands gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Taking advantage of this opening, he rushed forward and waved his palms, ruthlessly destroying flowers. 2 of them fainted. There was only 1 left. She lost all will to fight, her knees went soft and she collapsed on the ground. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, begging Fang Yuan, don't come any closer, please let me go. Fang Yuan looked down at the girl from above and said in a cold voice, a piece of Yuan stone. The girl's delicate body trembled and she suddenly understood. She quickly opened her money pouch and took out 3 or 4 pieces of Yuan stone. Holding them in her hands, she raised them towards Fang Yuan. Don't hit me, I'll give it all to you, I'll give it all to you. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He slowly stretched out his right hand, stretching out his index finger and thumb, and gently pinched a piece of Yuan stone from the girl's hand. The girl's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's hand was pale and slender, but in her eyes it was as sinister and terrifying as a demon's claw. I've said it before, I'll only take 1 piece of Yuan stone. Fang Yuan paused for a moment, then said plainly, you can leave now. The girl stared blankly at Fang Yuan for a while before wanting to get up, but her limbs were soft and she could not even stand up. Her heart was filled with fear towards Fang Yuan, and she was so scared that she could not muster any strength. The academy elder saw this and could not help but shake his head. Using this opportunity to discover the individual battle talents of the students was one of the objectives of his observation. Although this girl who was paralyzed on the ground had great aptitude, with such a temperament, she could only be a logistics goo master, working in the clan's production. She could not be expected to be on the battlefield. But this Fang Yuan. The academy elder rubbed his chin, his eyes squinting and flashing with brilliance. He felt that this Fang Yuan was really interesting. Not only did he have battle talent, he also knew his limits. Extorting 1 piece of Yuan stone did not cross the bottom line in his heart. But if Fang Yuan wanted to extort 2 pieces, that would be too much and he would have to interfere. The academy's allowance was originally only 3 pieces. Extorting 1 piece was not a big deal. But extorting 2 pieces, then what was the point of giving out the allowance? He might as well just give it all to Fang Yuan. Soon the last batch of students arrived. There were only 5 of them, and one of them was Fang Yuan's twin brother. Brother, how can you do this? You are too daring, actually beating up your classmates at the entrance and extorting Yuan stone from them. Guiyue Fangjing was dumbstruck. He simply could not believe the scene in front of him. I advise you to quickly admit your mistake to the academy elder, otherwise you will cause such a huge commotion. This is not a joke, you might even be expelled. Fang Yuan laughed. You are right. Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his brother had not gone completely crazy. It was good that he could listen to advice. But soon he heard Fang Yuan say, everyone, 1 piece of Yuan stone. What? Fangjing opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Even I have to hand it over? My dear brother, of course you can choose not to hand it over. Fang Yuan's tone was very gentle. But you will end up like them. Fang Yuan pointed at the youths who were either unconscious or groaning on the ground. He won't even let off his own brother. This Fang Yuan is crazy, he is too savage. We can't beat him. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's hand it over first to get through this difficult situation. That's right, hand over the yuan stone first, it's only one piece anyway. When we go back and report it to the teacher, he will suffer. With the previous example, the remaining youths all had indignant looks in their eyes as they obediently accepted Fang Yuan's extortion. Wait a minute. They were just about to leave when they were stopped by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, are you going back on your word? The youths suddenly became nervous. Fang Yuan looked at the youths on the ground and sighed softly. Do you think that I will squat down and search their bodies one by one? The youths were stunned for a moment. Then they all came to a realization. Their faces all flushed red as they stood there hesitantly. Fang Yuan stared at them and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes. The 5 youths suddenly felt their hearts palpitate and their scalps go numb at the same time. Okay, Fang Yuan, we understand what you mean. I'll help you this time. Due to Fang Yuan's abuse of power, they could only lower their heads and search the money pouches of the youths on the ground, taking out a piece of yuan stone. Then they gathered them together and handed them to Fang Yuan. There were a total of 57 people in the class, and each of them was extorted and robbed of a piece of yuan stone. Fang Yuan had 56 pieces in his hands. He originally had 20 pieces, but spent 10 to buy a few jars of green bamboo wine. In addition to his own subsidies and rewards, he now had 79 pieces of yuan stone. Robbery and extortion are the most profitable business. Fang Yuan put away the money pouch that had suddenly increased into his clothes and swaggered away. He left behind a group of youths lying on the ground like corpses. There were also a few youths, Fangjing among them, who stared blankly at Fang Yuan's gradually leaving figure. Quickly go. All of you, hurry up and settle the little masters properly. Where is the healing Gu master? Quickly invite him over. The guards made a big fuss and swarmed forward, competing to show off their abilities. For a small position as the leader, they were full of enthusiasm. Chapter 29. Put the wine under the bed. Fang Yuan commanded the 4 workers of the inn. Each of them held several jars of green bamboo wine in their hands. After Fang Yuan extorted the other students, he came to the inn and bought 20 jars in one go. Each jar cost 2 yuan stone, but Fang Yuan threw out 40 yuan stone for the sake of the liquor worm. The bulging money pouch instantly deflated by half, leaving behind only 39 yuan stone. But it was still worth the money, as these wines could support the liquor worm for a long time. Okay, the workers quickly replied, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to a Gu master. Adding on the fact that Fang Yuan bought so much wine, he could be said to be a big customer of the inn. With just a few words from the innkeeper, these workers could easily lose their jobs. After the workers left, Fang Yuan closed the door of the dormitory and sat cross-legged on the bed. It was already night time. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the night wind carried a faint fragrance. The room was not lit, so Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and threw his mind into the primeval sea. The primeval sea was like waves, the seawater giving off a bronze luster. Every wave of seawater was the unique bronze primeval essence of a rank 1 Gu master. The primeval sea only reached 44% of the entire aperture. This was the limit of Fang Yuan's sea-grade talent. The 4 walls of the aperture were a thin layer of white light film, supporting and enveloping the aperture. Above the primeval sea there was nothing. Under Fang Yuan's command, the spring-autumn cicada had hidden itself again, recuperating in its deep sleep. But on the primeval sea there was a white, fat and cute liquor worm floating. It wantonly played around in the primeval sea, sometimes diving into the sea, sometimes swaying its head and tail, splashing water droplets. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, and the liquor worm immediately responded, stopping its playfulness and curling into a rice ball shape. It slowly floated up to the center of the aperture, leaving the bronze sea. Go! Fang Yuan mobilized 10% of his primeval essence, forming a thin stream that rushed upwards, pouring into the liquor worm's body. The liquor worm had already been refined by him, so it did not reject it, absorbing all the primeval essence into its body. Immediately, 44% of the sea level decreased by a small amount, transforming the true essence into power. The liquor worm, which had curled into a ball, began to blossom with a white light. The dense smell of wine gradually emerged from the scattered light, and finally converged into a cloud of pale white wine mist. The wine mist was wondrous. It did not disperse, but instead enveloped the liquor worm's body. Rise. With a thought, Feng Yuan mobilized another 10% of his quintessential essence. The bronze seawater pounced on the wine mist. The wine mist merged with the seawater and became less and less. In the end, there was nothing left. And that 10% of the green bronze true essence also disappeared out of thin air, leaving only 5%. However, this 5% true origin energy was much more condensed than before. His original true yuan was emerald green and emitted a copper luster. Now, although this true essence also had a copper color, the green color was deeper, it was a pale green color. Pale green primeval essence was the primeval essence that only rank 1 middle stage Gu masters possessed. The liquor worm's effect was to condense primeval essence and raise a Gu master's primeval essence by a small realm. Gu masters had 9 great realms from low to high, rank 1, rank 2, all the way to rank 9. Every great realm was further subdivided into 4 smaller realms, which were initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Feng Yuan was currently only a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, but with the help of the liquor worm, he possessed 5% of a rank 1 middle stage Gu master's primeval essence. If I want to condense 5% middle stage primeval essence, I will need to consume 20% of my initial stage primeval essence. If I want to convert 44% of the primeval C in my aperture into middle stage primeval essence, I will need to consume close to 18% of my initial stage primeval essence. If I want to achieve this goal quickly, I will need to use the Yuan stone. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan opened his eyes and took out a complete Yuan stone the size of a duck egg from his bag. Yuan stone was a translucent oval-shaped stone with a gray-white color. As the natural primeval essence in the stone continued to be depleted, its size would also continue to shrink. He slowly closed his right hand, holding the Yuan stone tightly in his palm. He absorbed the natural primeval essence in it, and continuously replenished his own aperture. The originally falling sea level in his aperture slowly rose. Yuan stone was meant to be used, and Feng Yuan was not stingy at all, nor did he know how to be thrifty. I have no backing, no friends or family to support me, so I can only rely on extortion and robbery. Today is only the first time, but from now on, every 7 days when the school distributes the Yuan stone allowance, I will continue to block the school entrance. How could extortion and robbery satisfy Feng Yuan's appetite? Yuan stone was lacking in Gu master cultivation. As for the repercussions of this robbery, Feng Yuan was not the least bit worried. This world was different from Earth. On Earth, schools often forbade fighting in order to maintain stability and harmony. But in this world, fighting was the main theme. Be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had to fight for survival. Sometimes they had to fight with terrifying wild beasts, sometimes they had to fight against the harsh and violent weather, and sometimes they had to fight with other Gu masters for resources. Therefore, controlled fights were instead encouraged and advocated by the people. From childhood to adulthood, from fighting to life and death battles, this was the portrayal of most people's lives. This world was vast and boundless. Just the southern border where Feng Yuan lived was larger than 7 or 8 times the size of Earth. The living environment here was extremely harsh, and humans usually lived in clans, building villages and holing up in a corner. Every once in a while, there would be a beast tide or extremely harsh weather that would attack the village. Gu masters became the backbone of the village's defense, and the situation of losing people every year was quite serious. Life required people with strong fighting will. Clans needed fighting Gu masters, and they would never complain about having too many of them. Moreover, Feng Yuan had a sense of propriety when he attacked. He never attacked the chin because it could easily cause skull fractures which could easily lead to death. He also did not attack the back of other people's heads. When fighting, he did not use his fists, elbows or fingers, but instead used his palms. The number of times he kicked could be counted on one hand. The students who fell were not heavily injured, at most lightly injured. Feng Yuan was not addicted to killing. He only treated killing as a method. Every time he attacked, he had a clear goal. Whatever method could allow him to achieve his goal, he would use it. In other words, he would do anything by hook or by crook. Dark clouds floated over, covering the moonlight. A layer of shadow shrouded Gyue's village. The night watchman banged his clapper, reminding the people that it was already late at night, to be careful of candles, beasts, and Gu masters who could infiltrate the village. There were still many lights in the village that were not extinguished. In the Red Branch family, Guyua's study room was brightly lit. This old man with high authority was using a gentle tone to console his grandson Guocheng. I heard you were beaten up by that Fang Yuan today? Guocheng's right eye turned black, and he angrily said, Yes, grandfather. Fang Yuan is only a mere C-grade, but he is so arrogant. He blocked all of us at the door, disregarding our friendship as classmates, and robbed our Yuan stone. What was even more infuriating was that the academy actually turned a blind eye to it. Only when Fang Yuan left did the guards arrive. Grandpa, you have to help your grandson vent his anger this time. Guocheng shook his head. This is a matter between you juniors. You were only extorted from a mere piece of Yuan stone, and you were not heavily injured. Grandfather did not have a proper reason to act. Moreover, even if you were heavily injured, grandfather would not stand up for you. Do you understand why? Guocheng was stunned. He thought hard, and after a while he hesitantly said, Grandfather, I somewhat understand what you mean. You want me to rely on my own strength to get back at him, right? You only understood one aspect. Guocheng nodded. You have to remember, you are not only representing yourself, but also the image of our Red Branch family. Our Red Branch family and Mo Branch family have been at odds for many years, and your every move represents the future of our Red Branch family. Grandfather can help you in secret, but you have to erect the image of a strong and independent person. Otherwise, the elders who support us will not see any hope for the future and abandon our Red Branch family. At this point, Guocheng sighed. This is also why grandfather helped you cheat and let you pretend to have a B-grade aptitude. Our Red Branch family needs a strong successor, so that those who support us can continue to persevere. Guocheng finally understood. Grandfather, I understand now. Guocheng shook his head. It's useless to just understand, you have to work hard. Fang Yuan's matter is just a small problem, so you have to work hard and practice your basic martial arts to get back at him. At the same time, don't forget to cultivate diligently and advance to the intermediate level as soon as possible. It's best if you can obtain the position of class chairman. This is a great honor, and also a kind of help to our Red Branch family. Yes, grandfather, Guocheng responded loudly. He. This spirit is what a successor of our Red Branch family should be like. Grandson, work hard. Grandfather will do his best to help you. Chapter 30. Almost at the same time on the other side. Father, mother, that's basically what happened. Fangjing stood straight and said respectfully. In the hall, Fang Yuan's uncle, Guodong too, and aunt sat on a wide-back chair, both frowning. Aunt gritted her teeth, feeling injustice for Fangjing while gloating. Fang Yuan, that little bastard. He extorted other people, but I can't believe he won't even let his own brother go. How could he be so heartless? But he made such a big mistake this time. I think he'll be expelled from the academy soon. Alright, you can stop talking. Uncle sighed and said to Fangjing, you lost Yuan stone, but it's just one piece, don't worry. Go to the accountant and get another one. This has nothing to do with you, go and cultivate. With your great talent, it's very possible for you to become the first middle stage Gu master. Don't waste your talent. Mother and I are looking forward to you becoming number one. Yes, father, mother, I'll take my leave. Fangjing left with a heavy heart. He thought to himself, Big brother blocked the academy door today and robbed all the students. He caused such a bad influence, I'm afraid he'll really be expelled. At that time, should I plead for him? There were two voices in his mind. One voice said, no need to plead. He even wanted to rob his own brother's Yuan stone. Even if he's expelled, he only has himself to blame. You can survive a natural disaster, but you can't survive a self-inflicted disaster. Another voice said, he's your biological brother. You have a similar face, blood is thicker than water. Alright, even if you don't acknowledge him, you have to plead for him. If you don't plead for him, how will others see you? They'll think you're heartless. Seeing Fangjing leave the hall, Aunt could not help but say happily, Master, we've cut off Fang Yuan's living expenses. This little bastard couldn't hold it in and made a big mistake this time. He actually dared to block the entrance of the academy and fight in public, and even extorted money. This was no different from provoking the academy elder. I think it's only a matter of time before he gets fired. His uncle shook his head. You're oversimplifying things. Fang Yuan won't be fired. He might not even be punished. Why? His aunt was puzzled. Uncle sneered, fighting is encouraged, as long as there are no serious consequences. Did any of the students die in this fight? No. Aunt was a little unconvinced. How do you know it's not there, master? Accidents are bound to happen in a fight. Her uncle closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. You are so naive, my wife. Do you really think the Academy Elder is just a decoration? When did the guards move out? They were the last to make a move, which meant that the situation had been under control. If someone was seriously injured, they would have rushed out long ago. They wouldn't have waited until the end. You are not a Gu master, so you won't understand. The Academy does not forbid students from fighting, and even encourages it. The more he fought, the more helpful it would be to the battle. Some students could even forge a solid friendship through fighting. The elders would not pursue this matter. This is already the norm. If anyone tries to protect their own, that person would be breaking this rule. His aunt was dumbfounded and said unwillingly, that Fang Yuan robbed such a large amount of yuan stone, and nothing happened to him? We're letting him off just like that? With such a large amount of yuan stone, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Uncle opened his eyes, his face clouded. What else can I do? Do you want me to go over and snatch his yuan stone with my own hands? But it's not like we can't make use of this. Fang Yuan even robbed and blackmailed his brother Fang Zheng. This is his downfall. Fang Zheng is an A-grade talent, and one day he will be stronger than him. We can use this matter to sow discord between Fang Zheng and him. Let Fang Zheng distance himself from Fang Yuan completely, and be of use to us. Just like that, 3 days passed. The storm caused by Fang Yuan's robbery and blackmail did not spread, nor did it grow bigger. Instead, it seemed to be gradually calming down. There were no elders who broke the rules and personally came to cause trouble for Fang Yuan, and the Academy Elder naturally closed one eye. Although during this period, there were 2 or 3 youths who were dissatisfied with the fact that the yuan stone had been robbed, and challenged Fang Yuan again. But after Fang Yuan easily defeated them, everyone realized that if they did not train hard, they would not be able to win against Fang Yuan. Among these youths, there was a wave of hard work in training the basics of martial arts. The martial arts instructor was overjoyed. He had never seen a batch of students with such passion and dedication towards basic martial arts. In the past, when he was teaching, the students all lacked interest and yawned non-stop. But now their eyes were bright and full of spirit, and they constantly asked for advice. The Academy Elder specially came to ask about the situation here. The martial arts instructor reported with an excited tone, "The students have displayed unexpected passion. The change is too big. But one of them is called Fang Yuan, and he is still as lazy as before." The Academy Elder laughed and patted his shoulder. "The student you speak of is the source of the change in the others." The martial arts instructor did not understand. Of course, the change was not limited to this. After this incident, Fang Yuan undoubtedly became the public enemy of all the students, and was viewed as an enemy and isolated by everyone. No one spoke to him anymore, and no one greeted him. The youths all mustered up their energy, and secretly trained hard in the basics of martial arts. Under the encouragement and instructions of the elders behind them, they had already decided that they must get back at Fang Yuan with their own hands. Under the calm surface, the undercurrent was turbulent. Another 4 days passed. The Academy Elder once again distributed the yuan stone, and it was time for Fang Yuan to make his move again. "Fang Yuan, it's not enough for you to steal once, you still want to steal our yuan stone." The students were blocked by Fang Yuan at the door again, and were both shocked and angry. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the door, his hands behind his back, his expression cold, and his tone calm. "Everyone gets 1 yuan stone, and you will be spared from physical pain. Fang Yuan, you've gone too far. I want to challenge you." Guyue Mabe roared, and took the lead to fight. "Oh!" Fang Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. Mabe raised both his fists and rushed over. After a few rounds, he fainted on the ground. "Mabe, you're too useless, watch me." Guyue Mabe roared, and rushed towards Fang Yuan. After a short exchange of attack and defense, he followed in Mabe's footsteps. Fang Yuan's battle experience was thousands of times more than theirs. even though he had just started cultivating, but every bit of his strength was used to the point. This group of youths had only just started. If they all rushed at him, they might cause him some trouble. But to challenge him one by one, it was even easier than the first time he robbed someone. After a quarter of an hour, he carried a bulging money bag and left leisurely, leaving behind a group of youths. Some were unconscious, some were hugging their stomachs or holding their crotch, moaning and howling. "Brothers, quickly clean up the mess," the guards shouted, and all rushed forward. Chapter 31. I trained hard for 7 days, but I only managed to last 2 moves against Feng Yuan before he knocked me out again. Shame, shame. Guiyue Mabei's heart was filled with anger and humiliation. In the courtyard of his house, he constantly punched and kicked the wooden puppet, making loud banging sounds. At this time, a light laugh could be heard. "Little brother, do you have a deep grudge against the wooden puppet? Why do you hate it so much?" Hearing this familiar voice, Guiyue Mabei's expression relaxed. He stopped attacking and turned around. "Sister, you're back." "Yes, the clan assigned me a scouting mission, and I was gone for more than 10 days. Guiyue Mo Yin replied with a smile. She was Mabei's sister, and was already a rank 2 middle stage Gu master. But her expression quickly changed, and her gaze became sharp. "Little brother, what happened to the scars on your face? Who bullied you?" Nothing much. I accidentally tripped while walking and hit my head." Mabei's face flashed with a trace of panic, and he gave a random excuse. He did not want his sister to know about such an embarrassing matter. The future head of the Mo branch family, Guiyue Mo Chen's grandson, had actually been knocked out twice in a row. But fortunately, he was not the only unlucky one. Everyone else was involved. "Oh, is that so? Then you have to be careful. Oh right, you need to practice your martial arts. This won't do. You don't have a defensive Gu, so you need to wrap your body with a thick cloth. That way your limbs won't get hurt." Guiyue Mo Yen reminded him, and then left. "Greetings, Missy." "Greetings, Missy. Missy, you're back." This servant greets Missy. Guiyue Mo Yan's expression was cold, and she walked quickly. Along the way, all the servants she met bowed to her. She walked to the study room and without reporting, she pushed open the door and entered. In the study room, Guiyue Mo Chen's back was facing her, and he was standing in front of the desk, practicing calligraphy. "You're back?" Guiyue Mo Chen did not turn around. Instead he asked, "You've been scouting outside for more than half a month. How's the situation at the Wolf's Den?" "Grandpa, how did you know it was me?" Mo Yin was stunned. "Humph, in the whole family, only you can rely on my love to break the rules and not even knock on the door. Who else can it be?" Guiyue Mo Chen said in a reproachful tone. However, when he turned around, his expression was very gentle. He looked at Mo Yin with a smile in his eyes. Mo Yin pursed her lips. "If we're talking about doting, Grandpa actually dotes on his younger brother more. It's just that my younger brother is going to be in power in the future, and Grandfather is very strict with him. Others can't understand this kind of love." He paused for a moment before asking, "Grandpa, why was I beaten up?" When I asked him, he lied. "I couldn't force him, so I came to ask Grandpa." Guiyue Mo Chen's expression turned serious. "You still haven't answered my question." He put down his pen, pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. Mo Yen had no choice but to report. The wolf den is almost full. Based on this rate of reproduction, although there won't be a wolf tide this year, there will definitely be a wolf tide next year. Guiyue Mo Chen asked again. "There's a wolf tide every 3 years, so it's not rare. But how many Thunder Crown wolves are there in that wolf pack?" "About 3," Mo Yen replied. Guiyue Mo Chen nodded and relaxed. The Thunder Crown wolf was the leader of the wolf pack. When the wolf tide attacked the village, it was the most troublesome existence. 3 Thunder Crown wolves was not a lot, because there were 3 villages on Qingmao Mountain. Each village shared 1 wolf, so the pressure of the wolf tide would be greatly reduced. "Grandpa, you still haven't told me about my younger brother," Mo Yen said unwillingly. "There's no harm in telling you. Mabei was beaten up by someone. Once 7 days ago, and the second time today. He was beaten up in front of the school gate, and he fainted on the spot both times," Guiyue Mo Chen said with a smile. "Who had the guts to knock out my younger brother?" Mo Yen stared at him. "It's his classmate Feng Yuan. He did a good job. Guyue Machen laughed out loud. Mo Yan's eyes widened, and she asked in confusion, Grandpa, what do you mean? Ma Bei is your grandson. Guyue Machen looked at his granddaughter deeply, and said earnestly, Mo Yan, you're a girl, so you might not understand. Failure and humiliation will make people improve. Without failure, you can't make a mature man. Ma Bei was beaten up, and that was his own failure. As soon as he woke up, he started to learn from the guards. This is a kind of improvement. And this improvement was brought about by Fang Yuan, who woke him up. As his sister, if you really want to love him, don't interfere with his growth. Fang Yuan is only a C-grade poor boy, and Ma Bei is B-grade. He has us behind him, and sooner or later, he will step on Fang Yuan. Leave this opponent to Ma Bei. In a woman's life, she needs friends and lovers. In a man's life, friends and lovers are not essential, but he can't lack opponents. Don't cause trouble for Fang Yuan, understand? This is a matter for the younger generation. If you get involved, you'll be bullying the young. If you break the rules, others will look down on us. Mo Yan opened her mouth a few times, but under Guyue Machen's gaze, she finally lowered her head and replied, Yes, Grandpa. I understand. She left the study with her head down. Even Guyue Ma Bei didn't notice that her eyes were shining with a different light. Grandpa, this is your way of spoiling your grandson. And I, Mo Yan, have my own way of doting on my younger brother. Mo Yan already had another plan in mind. In the inn's dining hall, there were a few tables with people sitting and eating, making the place seem a little lively. One or two waiters were carrying plates of food, shuttling between the tables. Fang Yuan sat at a table near the window, ordering a few dishes. He looked out the window as he ate. In the sky, the sunset glow was like fire quietly burning. The sun was already halfway down. It gazed at the earth for the last time, and the afterglow was its reluctant gaze. The mountains in the distance were already covered by the twilight. On the nearby streets there were people returning home. Some were barefoot farmers covered in mud, some were herb gatherers carrying medicine baskets, some were hunters carrying pheasants, wild boars and other prey, and some were gu masters. They wore blue martial attire, looking capable and capable. Their heads were tied with headbands, and their waists were tied with wide belts. This belt was very particular. A rank 1 gu master would wear a green belt with a copper plate on the front, and the word 1 on the copper plate. Rank 2 gu masters' belts were red, with a metal plate in the center, and the word 2 was carved on it. Fang Yuan sat by the window and observed for a while. He saw 6 or 7 rank 1 gu masters, most of them young. There was also a rank 2 gu master, a middle-aged man. As for rank 3 gu masters, they were usually clan elders. Rank 4 gu masters were the clan leader, the head of the village. Rank 5 gu masters were very rare. In the history of the Guyue clan, there were only the first-generation clan leader and the fourth-generation clan leader. Actually, observing a clan's strength is a very simple matter. As long as you find a place to sit in the village and observe the passers-by for an hour, and see how many rank 1 gu masters and rank 2 gu masters there are, you can see the clan's foundation and strength. Fang Yuan combined his 500 years of experience and came up with this conclusion. In the case of the Guyue village, out of the 20 passers-by on the streets, there would be 6 gu masters. Among these 6 gu masters, there would be a 50% chance that there would be a rank 2 gu master. The Guyue village relied on this strength and foundation to occupy one of the best resource points in Qingmao Mountain. It could be said to be the overlord of Qingmao Mountain. But Qingmao Mountain was just a small corner of the vast southern border. The Guyue village in the entire southern border could only be considered a lower middle-class clan. I've only just started cultivating, and with my rank 1 initial stage cultivation, I don't even have the qualifications to roam the southern border alone. I need at least rank 3 strength to travel far. Fang Yuan ate a mouthful of food and sighed in his heart. Qingmao Mountain was too small, and could not contain his ambitions. He was destined to leave. Haha. Guyue Fang Yuan, I finally found you. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over with a sinister smile. Fang Yuan turned his head slightly and saw that the man's face was waxy yellow, and he had drooping eyebrows, but he was tall and muscular. At this moment, he walked over with big strides and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at the young Fang Yuan who was eating. His slender eyes flashed with a cold light. Fang Yuan, do you know that you're in big trouble? You actually dared to hit our Mo family's young master. And now the young lady Mo Yen is looking for you everywhere. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. He used his gaze to size up Fang Yuan, faintly emitting a threatening aura. Chapter 32. If it was a normal person being stared at by this middle-aged man, they would probably be scared. But after Fang Yuan looked at him, he lost interest and returned his attention to the food on the table, treating the middle-aged man as if he was invisible. Who is that person? He's dressed like a servant, and he's not a Gu master, yet he dares to question young Master Fang Yuan? One of the waiters saw that the situation was not good and shrank in a corner, asking in confusion. He's just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. One look and you can tell he's a servant of the Mo family, relying on the backing of the Gu master to be arrogant. If it was any other mortal, who would have the guts to do so? Someone beside him sneered in disdain. Even so, he's just a mortal, yet he dares to shout at a Gu master. TSK, this kind of experience must be very satisfying. TSK, don't think too highly of a Gu master. Young Master Fang Yuan is only a rank 1 beginner stage, and has just refined his natal Gu. If they really fight, he might not be able to beat this strong and skillful mortal. Sai, I hope they don't break anything in our inn when they fight. The waiters spoke one after another, not daring to move forward, only daring to shrink their heads and look around. You still have the mood to continue eating and drinking. Seeing that his words did not scare Fang Yuan, the tall and strong middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly. You think I'm lying to you? Someone has already gone to inform Missy, and she'll be here soon. Kid, don't think of running away. Of course you can't run either, I'm here to watch over you. You'll have a good time later. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear and continued to eat. The middle-aged servant frowned. He did not see a trace of fear or panic on Fang Yuan's face. This made him feel like he was being ignored, and his dignity was being violated. He had been a servant in the Mo family for more than 10 years, and was trusted by the masters. After interacting with them for a long time, he knew some things about Gu masters. Rank 1 beginner stage Gu masters mostly relied on their fists and feet in fights. In battle, the deterrent effect of Gu worms was far greater than its practical use. Especially when he knew that a young Gu master like Fang Yuan had just started cultivating. His strength was far inferior to a person in his prime. If they were to fight with their fists and legs, he would definitely be able to gain the upper hand after training for a long time. At the same time, Fang Yuan had only refined the Moonlight Gu, so he could at most shoot out a few moonblades. The middle-aged man had been used as a sparring partner for a long time. He had personal experience and was clear in his heart. If the Moonblade activated by first-rank initial stage primeval essence were to really be imprinted on a human body, it would at most be able to leave a wound the size of a palm, and its destructive power would be very limited. In addition, he had the support of the Mo family. Therefore, he was fearless when facing Fang Yuan. He wanted to perform well and earn his master's favor. Kid, you've got guts. The middle-aged man's tone became even more unfriendly. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. His arms were very thick and covered with scars. The veins on his forearms were bulging and twisting, and his upper arms were thicker than Fang Yuan's thighs. The waiters of the inn felt a chill in their hearts. Some of the customers had already gotten up and hurriedly paid their bills, wanting to leave this troublesome place. Have you found Fang Yuan? At this moment, a clear and arrogant female voice came from the door. Mo Yin took big steps and stepped into the inn. Behind her was a group of rich family servants. Her figure was not bad, she was slightly tall and had a nice figure. However, she had a horse-like face and inherited the characteristics of the Mo bloodline, causing her beauty to be greatly reduced. She could barely be considered average. However, she wore a blue martial attire with a wide red belt around her waist. There was a square metal plate embedded on the belt. The metal plate was engraved with an eye-catching too. Moreover, she had just returned from a family mission, so there was still some traces of hardships left on her body. These things condensed a trace of a sharp and threatening aura. Thus, once she stepped into the inn, her imposing aura caused the entire inn's dining hall to fall into silence. This servant, Gao Wan, Pays his respects to Miss Mo. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed when he saw Mo Yen. A flattering smile appeared on his face as he bent his waist and took a few small steps. Then with a plop, he knelt on the ground and greeted Mo Yen. The waiters of the inn were a little dumbfounded when they saw the middle-aged man's transformation. Gao Wan was tall and burly, so the way he bowed was a little out of place and a little ridiculous. However, the waiters of the inn couldn't laugh. This middle-aged family servant's behavior highlighted Mo Yan's power. Some of the waiters couldn't help but secretly sweat for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was their big customer. If anything happened to him, they would definitely be shocked. It would be bad if they couldn't take care of the inn's business in the future. Even more people were praying in their hearts. I hope Fang Yuan will surrender without putting up a fight. If a fight really broke out and the inn's things were damaged, it would be even worse. Mo Yan didn't look at Gao Wan, who was kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan. She took a few big steps to the table and said in an extremely fierce tone, "You are Fang Yuan? Seems like you're enjoying your meal. Ha ha ha, have you ever tasted a fist? I'll let you have a taste. Perhaps it'll be even more delicious." Although she said this, Mo Yan didn't immediately make a move. Fang Yuan's behavior was too calm and too strange. Could it be that he had a hidden backer behind him? But that shouldn't be the case. Before I came, I already investigated. This Fang Yuan is a typical example of a person who is not loved by his uncle or grandmother. His parents passed away when he was young and he was chased out by his aunt and uncle. In addition, his aptitude is only C grade. What kind of background could a weak young man have? Mo Yin couldn't help but mutter in her heart. But no matter what, it was strange. This matter was strange and she had to probe further. Fang Yuan chuckled and glanced at Mo Yen. "Who told you that I am Gua Fang Yuan?" Mo Yen was momentarily stunned and immediately turned to look at Gao Wan. Gao Wan had just stood up, but he immediately knelt down again. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He stuttered, not knowing how to answer. "Master, your servant, your servant." They had Fang Yuan's portrait, but they also knew that Fang Yuan and Fang Jing were twins. They looked very similar. No wonder this young man is so fearless. He is Fang Jing and not Fang Yuan. For a moment, the servants around Mo Yin all had this guess. Fang Jing is not someone that Fang Yuan can compare to. The latter is only a C-grade talent and is alone without any backing. The former is an A-grade talent and was recruited by the clan leader during the awakening ceremony. As long as he grows up, his future will be limitless. Mo Yin didn't get a definite answer from Gao Wan, so she was even more hesitant. At this moment, only a group of servants in the corner of the inn knew about Fang Yuan's identity, but they couldn't afford to offend either side. Hence, they all kept their mouths shut. Fang Yuan was full. He slowly stood up and looked at Mo Yen. "Aren't you looking for Fang Yuan? Follow me, I'll bring you to the school dormitory. If this person in front of me is Fang Jing, I don't want to offend him. If it's Fang Yuan, I'll follow him closely. I'm not afraid of him pretending to be me." Mo Yan's thoughts turned and she made a decision. "All right, I'll follow you to the school. Please." Mo Yan stepped aside and extended her hand. Her eyes were shining as she gestured to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and walked away with his head held high. Mo Yan followed closely behind him, and the servants followed behind her. That was close. They're finally gone. Even if they fought, it has nothing to do with our inn. The servants were left behind. Most of them patted their chests in relief. The group of people arrived at the school entrance. "Halt! Stop! Only our clan schoolmasters are allowed to enter the school." Two guards at the door stopped Fang Yuan, Mo Yen, and the others. "How dare you? You don't even recognize me? How dare you stop me?" Mo Yen glared at the two guards and shouted, "We don't dare." The guards quickly cupped their fists. "Miss Mo Yen, we've engraved you in our hearts. But the clan rules are absolute. How about this, miss? We'll allow you to bring in a servant. This is the greatest concession we can make." An old guard replied respectfully. Mo Yen snorted. Although she was reluctant, she didn't dare to go against the clan's rules. The Mo family was powerful, but it attracted the most attention. Don't forget that other than the Mo family, there was also the Qi family. Other than the Qi family, there was also the clan leader's faction waiting to catch the Mo family's weakness. All of you stay. Gao Wan, follow me, Mo Yin ordered after thinking for a while. Gao Wan immediately puffed out his chest, his face full of joy. Thank you for your appreciation, miss. Let's go, Junior. Mo Yin smiled meaningfully at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was still calm as he led the way. He arrived at the door of the dormitory, opened the lock and pushed the door open. He took a step into the room then stopped. The door was wide open, and the room was unobstructed. The furnishings were simple, and there was no one else in the room. Mo Yin stood at the door and looked inside. Her face darkened. Junior, you better explain yourself. There's no one in the room. Fang Yuan smiled. Am I not a person? Mo Yin stared at Fang Yuan. Her eyes flashed as if she realized something. I'm looking for Gu. You. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan chuckled. I never said I wasn't Gu. Fang Yuan. Chapter 33. Mo Yin frowned, anger appearing on her horse-like face. She finally understood that she had been played by Fang Yuan. Has such guts, you even dare to deceive your grand. Saying so, she stretched out her right hand, about to grab Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not take a step back. He raised his head and laughed. Mo Yin, you better think this through. Mo Yin stopped. She was still outside the door, her right hand suspended in midair. A hint of hesitation and anger flashed across her face. There were clear rules in the family. Students were protected in the academy. No one was allowed to break into the dormitory and capture students. Mo Yin only wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson today, to let him taste the pain. She did not want to take the risk of breaking the family rules. It's fine if I break the rules myself. I'm just afraid that I'll implicate my family and grandfather. Thinking of this, Mo Yin retracted her hand. She looked at Fang Yuan in the room, her eyes wide open. The anger in her eyes, if turned into flames, could burn Fang Yuan to ashes in an instant. I never lied to you. I said I'll bring you to Fang Yuan, and now you've found him. It seems like you have something to say to me. Fang Yuan held his hands behind his back, a slight smile on his face. He did not fear the power of a rank 2 Gu master, and he met Mo Yan's angry gaze without fear. He was only one step away from Mo Yan. One was in the room and the other was outside. But this distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you've studied the family rules very thoroughly. Mo Yin suppressed her anger, a cold smile on her face. Unfortunately, you can only delay it by relying on the family rules. You can't stay in the dormitory. I want to see how long you can hide. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Mo Yin with disdain. Then I want to see how long you can keep me here. It's already night and you have a bed to sleep in. What about you? If I'm not in class the next day, and the academy elder investigates, what do you think I'll say? You. Mo Yin was enraged. She pointed at Fang Yuan and said, Do you really think I won't dare to come in and take you away? Creak. Fang Yuan left the dormitory door wide open. His lips curled into a smile, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. His tone was filled with confidence as if he was in control of the situation. He said to Mo Yin in a provocative tone, Then do it. Mo Yin calmed down. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Fang Yuan. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Fang Yuan shrugged. He had already seen through Mo Yan's character. If he closed the door or left it half open, there was at least a 50% chance that Mo Yin would force her way in. However, if he deliberately opened the door completely, it would make Mo Yin calm down and be more cautious. The possibility of her breaking in by force was very small. 500 years of experience had allowed him to understand the weaknesses of human nature. He turned around and exposed his back to Mo Yin. If Mo Yin came to grab him now, she would most likely succeed in one strike. However, Mo Yin stood outside the door without moving, as if there was an invisible mountain in front of her, blocking her way. Until Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, Mo Yin looked at him angrily. She gritted her teeth but did not make a move. This is the sad thing about humans. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and looked at Mo Yin, who was standing foolishly outside the door. He sighed. Sometimes it's not material problems that stop people from taking action, but the shackles of the soul. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was definitely not Mo Yan's match. However, even though she was a rank 2 cultivator, she could only look at Fang Yuan and did not dare to make a move. She was only a few steps away from Fang Yuan. The door was wide open, and there was no obstruction. The one that was holding her back was herself. Humans learn by all means to understand the world, to understand the rules, and to make use of the rules. If you are restrained by the rules, you will be restrained because of what you have learned. That is the real tragedy. Fang Yuan took one last look at Mo Yan, then slowly closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the primordial sea. This Fang Yuan is actually cultivating in front of me. You're simply looking down on me. Seeing this scene, Mo Yan was so angry that her chest felt agitated and she almost vomited blood. She wanted to rush up and give Fang Yuan a few punches. However, she knew that she could not. Mo Yan suddenly felt a tinge of regret. She stood outside the door, feeling awkward and unable to back down. She was not willing to give up, but she could not bring herself to do so. She had mobilized so many people to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, but in the end she was disgraced. Especially when there was a servant looking at her. Damn it! This brat Fang Yuan is too uncooperative, too cunning. Mo Yan thought angrily and began to scold Fang Yuan outside the door, trying to provoke him. Fang Yuan, you little bastard, come out if you have the guts. Fang Yuan, as a man, you should be brave and take responsibility for what you have done. Now you are a turtle hiding in its shell. How despicable. Don't put on an act in front of me. If you know what's good for you, come out now. You coward, good for nothing. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear and did not respond at all. Mo Yan scolded for a while, but she did not feel the pleasure of scolding people. Instead, she felt more and more depressed. She felt more and more like a clown or a shrew. Her behavior of blocking the door was really embarrassing. I'm so angry. Mo Yan was going crazy and finally gave up trying to provoke him. Fang Yuan, you can hide now, but you can't hide forever. She stomped her feet and left unwillingly. Before she left, she gave an order, Gao Wan, stand here and stare at him. I don't believe he won't come out. I will obey. The muscular servant Gao Wan quickly replied, sending Mo Yan off with a respectful gaze. But in his heart he was complaining. The night in the mountains was cold and humid, but he had to guard the place all night. If he was not careful, he would catch a cold. This was a tough job. Swish, swish, swish. The primeval sea rose and fell, waves rose and fell. The bronze primeval essence gathered like water, forming a wave. Under the control of Fang Yuan's will, it continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. The aperture walls of a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master were all made of white light. At this moment, under the impact of the bronze primeval essence, it showed a multicolored light, giving off an indescribable charm. Time passed by bit, and the bronze primeval sea's water level also slowly decreased. From the original 44%, it dropped to 12%. A Gu Master needs to continuously expend primeval essence to nurture the aperture. Initial stage Gu Masters have light walls, middle stage Gu Masters have water walls, and high stage Gu Masters have stone walls. If I want to advance from initial stage to middle stage, I need to wash the light walls and nurture them into water walls. The 500 years of memories from his previous life allowed Fang Yuan to grasp this period's cultivation like the back of his hand. He slowly opened his eyes. At this time it was already late at night. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky, shedding moonlight that was as white as water. The door was wide open and the moonlight shone in, making Fang Yuan think of a famous poem on earth. The bright moonlight in front of my bed. I suspect it to be the frost on the ground. The night wind blew gently, bringing with it a cold feeling. Fang Yuan did not have a Gu worm that could keep him warm. Even with his 15-year-old body, he could not help but shiver. The night in the mountains was still very cold. Brat, you finally opened your eyes. How long are you going to cultivate? Hurry up and come out. If you stick your head out, you will still be stabbed. You hit our family's Mabe young master. Sooner or later you will be taught a lesson by our Missy. Seeing that Fang Yuan finally moved, the noble servant Gao Wan, who had been standing at the door, immediately became spirited. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. It seems that the rank 2 female Gu Master had already left? Brat, did you hear that? Hurry up and come out. You have a room to stay in and a bed to sleep in, but I have to stand in this courtyard. If you don't come out, do you believe I won't barge in?" Seeing that Fang Yuan did not react, Gao Wan threatened. Fang Yuan was still indifferent. "Bastard, hurry up and come out to be captured. You have offended our Mo faction. You will not have a good life in the future. Hurry up and kowtow to Missy and admit your wrongs. Maybe she will forgive you." Gao Wan continued to scold. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. He slowly took out a yuan stone from his money bag, holding it in his palm. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Gao Wan saw that Fang Yuan still wanted to continue cultivating, and immediately became anxious, scolding, "You are just a mere C-grade talent. At most you are a rank 2 Gu master. What is there to cultivate? With just you alone, how can you contend against the entire Desert Branch family? Brat, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said?" Chapter 34. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, multitasking. He absorbed the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone while observing his aperture. The originally low primeval essence C in the aperture, with the continuous infusion of natural primeval essence, had begun to slowly rise. This recovery speed was somewhat slow, but Fang Yuan was not anxious. Cultivation was accumulation, it could not be rushed. The one who was really anxious was the middle-aged male servant outside the room. After about half an hour, Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence C reached the limit of 44%. But this was not the end. At this time the primeval essence C showed a kind of emerald green color. This was only rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence. The primeval essence that Fang Yuan used to warm the aperture wall was not initial stage primeval essence. It was middle stage primeval essence refined by the liquor worm. Liquor worm. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the liquor worm in the primeval sea immediately flew up and hovered in the air, shrinking into a white glutinous rice ball. Swoosh! 10% of the initial stage primeval essence was mobilized and entered the liquor worm's body. It was quickly absorbed. Then, a fragrant wine mist emitted from the liquor worm's body, condensing into a ball. Fang Yuan mobilized another 10% of primeval essence and entered this wine mist. After the wine mist was completely consumed, the original 10% of the initial stage primeval essence suddenly shrunk by half, and at the same time, the color changed from emerald green to pale green. This was middle stage primeval essence. Ordinary students, to advance their cultivation, they all use rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. But I use middle stage primeval essence, the efficiency is at least 2 times higher than them. At the same time, using middle stage primeval essence to activate the moonlight goo, the moonblade is also more powerful than the initial stage primeval essence. Only when the primeval sea was purified into rank 1 middle stage primeval essence did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Cultivation knew no time. It was already early in the morning. The sky was no longer pure black. Instead, it was a deep dark blue color. The moon had already disappeared, leaving only a few broken stars. The door had been open for almost the entire night. The corner of the wooden door had been soaked, revealing a kind of black color brought by water stains. This was the disadvantage of the school dormitory. It was not as comfortable as a normal bamboo house. It sat directly on the ground, so it was more humid. When he came back to his senses, Fang Yuan also felt a chill wrapping around his body. After sitting cross-legged for so long, his legs seemed to be a little numb. He loosened his clenched right hand and immediately sprinkled a layer of grayish-white stone powder. This was the residue left behind after the natural Zhen Yuan in the Yuan stone was completely absorbed. I've used up 3 Yuan stone in 1 night of cultivation, Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. He only had C-grade aptitude, but in order to increase his cultivation speed, he had been using Yuan stones to replenish his true Yuan. More importantly, he used the liquor worm to refine the middle-grade true essence. This greatly increased the consumption of Yuan stone. Although I managed to rob a large sum of money yesterday, I used up 3 Yuan stone pieces in 1 night. In this way, even though Yuan stone seems to be a lot, it won't be able to withstand the long-term consumption of cultivation. However, the pursuit of cultivation speed and efficiency naturally comes with a price. Fang Yuan looked out of the door again. He saw the strong servant called Gao Wan squatting at the corner of the wall, his body curled up into a ball as if he had fallen asleep. Looks like that rank 2 female Gu master has already left. She left Gao Wan here to guard me. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He got off the bed and began to quietly move his fists and legs. As his body gradually warmed up, he stepped out of the dormitory. Kid, you're finally willing to come out. How about it, obediently surrender and follow me. Kowtow to my mistress and admit your wrongs. Gao Wan's ears twitched as he caught the sound of Fang Yuan's footsteps and stood up abruptly. His body was thick and strong, almost twice the size of Fang Yuan. The muscles on his body bulged, and under his slanted eyebrows, a pair of narrow eyes flashed with a cruel and evil light, like a hungry hyena. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he continued to walk towards him. Kid, it's fine if you came out earlier. Now that you've come out, do you know how much I've suffered in order to guard you? He chuckled as he strode towards Fang Yuan, his expression filled with evil intentions. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted and leapt up, raising his fists and rushing towards Gao Wan. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Gao Wan's expression was twisted. He was filled with anger now. He raised his earthen bowl-sized fist and smashed it towards Fang Yuan. This fist was extremely powerful, breaking through the air and actually bringing with it the sound of the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze was as clear as water. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he shifted his feet and swayed to Gao Wan's side. He stretched out his finger and poked Gao Wan's waist. Gao Wan blocked with his arm, but Fang Yuan did not manage to poke him and hit Gao Wan's left forearm instead. Fang Yuan felt as if his finger had poked a metal plate. It was painful and numb. This Gao Wan is already at the peak of a mortal's martial arts. I only have the Moonlight Gu to fight now. Without the help of other Gu worms, I'm not his match with just my fists and legs. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed and he wisely gave up on attacking. He took a few steps back and pulled apart the distance. In the Guyue village, only the Guyue clansmen had the right to cultivate as Gu masters. The rest of the clansmen, regardless of whether they had the talent to cultivate or not, did not have the right to participate in the awakening ceremony. But these mortals could cultivate their fists and legs. Just like Gao Wan in front of him. Although he was not a Gu master, he had definitely trained hard in his fists and legs. His basic skills were quite solid, and he was also a middle-aged man, the prime of a mortal's life. Other than the Moonlight Gu which could be used for battle, Fang Yuan's body was only that of a 15-year-old youth. Whether it was strength, agility or endurance, he was not Gao Wan's match. A martial artist like Gao Wan was enough to kill a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. Even a middle stage Gu master could pose a certain threat. This kid, he's too vicious. Seeing Fang Yuan pull away from him, Gao Wan's heart still had lingering fear. The waist was a person's vital point, and if someone forcefully poked it, the injury would not be light. If one used too much strength, it could even kill someone. Gao Wan had stayed outside the courtyard for most of the night. His body was wrapped in the cold and damp air, and his reaction was somewhat slow. Just that one strike and Fang Yuan had almost succeeded. Luckily, although he usually sucked up to others, he had also trained hard. At the crucial moment, his body's instincts overrode his brain's reaction, and he had narrowly defended against Fang Yuan's attack. I can't be careless anymore. This kid is a wolf cub. His attacks are ruthless and sneaky. If I'm not careful, I'll fall into his trap. No wonder young master was knocked unconscious by him twice. Gao Wan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, sweeping away the contempt he had earlier, and started to take Fang Yuan seriously. If I catch this kid, I'll have made a great contribution. When the time comes, young miss will definitely reward me. A rank 1 initial stage moonblade can at most be considered a knife. As long as it doesn't hit a vital point, it'll just be a superficial wound. Thinking of this, Gao Wan's heart started to heat up. He stretched out his iron pincer-like hands, grabbing towards Fang Yuan. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan was not the least bit afraid. He faced Gao Wan head-on, engaging in close combat. For a moment, fists and legs clashed, and the exchange of offense and defense produced continuous muffled sounds. When robbing the students, he only used his palms, mainly to control the situation. Now that he was fighting with Gao Wan, he no longer held back. Sometimes he used his fingers to dig his eyes, sometimes he stabbed his throat, sometimes he used the base of his palm to hit his chin, Sometimes he used the edge of his hand to chop the back of his head, sometimes he used his knee to hit his crotch, and sometimes he used his elbow to stab his waist. Gao Wan broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's every move did not leave Gao Wan's vital points. His methods were ruthless and ruthless, as if he wanted to kill Gao Wan. Gao Wan was only a mortal, not a Gu master. Although he trained hard, his vital points were still vital points. It was impossible for a mortal to turn their eyelids into steel. This was the limitation of a mortal's martial arts training. On the other hand, Gao Wan did not dare to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was from the Guyue clan. If he killed Fang Yuan, Gao Wan would incur the wrath of the public. He would definitely be dismembered, and the Mo family would be the first to clean up the mess. Thus, his idea was to capture Fang Yuan alive. It would be best if he could make him suffer in the process. One side had misgivings while the other had killing intent. On the battlefield, it was actually Fang Yuan who was suppressing Gao Wan. Chapter 35. Fang Yuan's temporary advantage would not last long. As the punches and kicks intertwined, he was already panting. On the other hand, Gao Wan's breathing was still long and deep. There was a huge gap between their stamina. At the same time, Gao Wan began to move. His body gradually heated up, and his punches became faster and faster. The numbness and sluggishness brought by the cold were gradually swept away, and he began to display the strength that he had trained for decades. "Kid, you can't beat me. The clan rules state that you cannot use the Moonlight Goo in the academy. You are finished. Today, you are destined to become my prisoner." Gao Wan laughed sinisterly. He had a lot of battle experience, and he tried to use words to break Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. "I am still a teenager after all. My body has not matured, and my quality is not as good as this slave." Fang Yuan's heart was like ice. After 500 years of training, how could his fighting spirit be shaken? The Moonlight Goo. His heart moved. He activated his primeval essence and leaped back, pulling away from Gao Wan. Gao Wan wanted to chase after him, but he suddenly saw a layer of blue light emitting from Fang Yuan's palm. His face immediately darkened, and he shouted, "Kid, you are using a Goo to fight in the academy. That is against the clan rules." "So what if I am?" Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He studied the clan rules and was proficient in them, but it was never for the sake of obeying them. Immediately, his palm slashed towards Gao Wan. With a soft sound, the blue crescent blade flew towards Gao Wan's face. Gao Wan gritted his teeth and raised his arms in front of his face, forming an arm shield. At the same time, he did not stop and rushed towards Fang Yuan, intending to resist and end the battle quickly. The moonblade hit his arm, and with a puff, flesh and blood splattered under the moonlight. An extremely intense pain was transmitted to Gao Wan's nerves. Gao Wan was caught off guard and almost fainted from the pain. How can this be? His momentum came to a halt, and he was horrified to find that his two forearms had been cut open horizontally. Blood flowed out of the wound, and from the side, one could see the bloody flesh. Even the pale broken arm bones could be seen. Gao Wan was shocked. "This is impossible. A rank 1 beginner moonblade can at most hurt my flesh. How can you cut my bones? Only a rank 1 middle stage can do this." Of course he didn't know that although Fang Yuan was only a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, he was a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. But because of the liquor worm's refinement, there was rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. Under the activation of middle stage primeval essence, the Moonlight Gu's moonblades were naturally powerful, surpassing initial stage. Not good. There's something strange about this kid. Gao Wan was caught off guard and was severely injured. His fighting spirit was completely gone, and he made a prompt decision to retreat. "Do you think you can escape?" Fang Yuan sneered and chased after him. The crescent blade in his hand shot out continuously. "Help!" Gao Wan screamed as he ran for his life. His voice traveled far and wide in the silent academy. "What's going on? Someone is calling for help." The voice alerted the nearby academy guards. "It's a servant left behind by Miss Mo Yen of the Mo family." The guards rushed over and stopped when they saw the scene of the chase. "This is just a servant, there's no need to protect him. Letting him stay is already giving face to the Mo family." We still need to be careful to prevent him from doing something desperate and hurting that Fang Yuan. The nervous guards surrounded them, but they did not make a move and only watched from the sidelines. If the servant called Gao Wan died, then he died. It had nothing to do with them. But if Fang Yuan died or was injured, then it would be their responsibility. Seeing this, Gao Wan's heart turned cold. He screamed mournfully, "We are all outsiders, you can't just watch me die." He lost more and more blood, and his speed gradually slowed down. Fang Yuan caught up from behind. His voice was as cold as ice, pronouncing Gao Wan's death sentence. "Scream, no matter how loud you scream, it's useless." As he said that, he flipped his hand and 2 moonblades flew out. With 2 swishing sounds, the moonblades hit Gao Wan's neck. Gao Wan felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an abyss. The next moment he felt his vision suddenly spin. He saw his feet, chest, back, and his neck that had been cut off. Following that, he welcomed complete darkness. Gao Wan was dead. After being beheaded by Fang Yuan's 2 moonblades, his head flew out. His body flew for more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. Bright red blood gushed out of his neck like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding flowers and plants red. Murder! Fang Yuan killed someone. The guards could not help but exclaim softly. They witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, and their bodies trembled, feeling a sense of fear and terror. Fang Yuan was only a weak 15-year-old boy, but he killed a strong adult without any expression. This was the power of a Gu master. The outcome of the battle was decided. Fang Yuan slowed down his footsteps and slowly walked over. His expression was calm, as if he had just done something as trivial as eating and drinking. This expression caused the guards to feel a chill in their hearts. Gao Wan's head lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with everlasting regret. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He lifted his leg and kicked the head away. The corners of the guards' eyes twitched when they saw this. Fang Yuan approached Gao Wan's body, and found that the body was still trembling. Blood quickly flowed all over the ground, forming a small pool of blood. He looked at the wounds on Gao Wan's body, his face somewhat gloomy. These wounds were very deep, enough to expose the secret of his middle-stage primeval essence. Once this secret was exposed, it would quickly implicate his liquor worm. Once the liquor worm appeared, the higher-ups of the clan would naturally think of the flower wine monk. Thus, Fang Yuan had to keep this secret. But there are too many people who saw it. Fang Yuan glanced at the surrounding guards. There were more than 10 of them. He only had less than 10% of his primeval essence left, and it was impossible to kill them all. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan bent down, lifted Gao Wan's ankle, and dragged the corpse back. "Young Master Fang Yuan, leave this to us." The guards endured the chill in their hearts and walked forward. Fang Yuan said respectfully. In this kind of respect there was a clear sense of fear. Fang Yuan quietly glanced at the crowd. The guards subconsciously held their breath and lowered their heads. "Give me the knife." He stretched out his hand and said indifferently. In his commanding tone, there was an unquestionable power. The guard closest to him involuntarily handed over the knife at his waist. Fang Yuan took the knife and continued to walk. More than 10 guards were left standing blankly on the spot, looking at Fang Yuan's back. The sun rose from the east, and the first ray of light passed through the side of the mountain, shining into the school. The 15-year-old Fang Yuan's body was thin and weak, and his skin was pale. Under the light of the dawn, he walked unhurriedly. In his left hand he held a shining knife. In his right hand he dragged a headless corpse. As he walked, bright red blood was dragged on the greenish-black stone bricks. The guards looked at him in a daze, and a chill made their bodies stiff. The morning sun shone on them, but they did not feel a trace of warmth and light. Gulp! Someone's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 36. Did you guys hear? Fang Yuan killed someone. A student whispered to his desk mate. I heard that too. He really killed someone. His desk mate covered his heart with a pale face. Many guards saw it. Fang Yuan chased that person. That person wanted to beg for mercy, but Fang Yuan didn't allow it. He chopped off his head. Not only that, Fang Yuan killed that person. He didn't even let his headless body go. He dragged it back to the dormitory and chopped it into meat paste. Really? It couldn't be any more real. I came early this morning. I even saw the bloodstains in the cracks of the bluestone bricks. Aya, why would I lie to you? Just now, the school elder called Fang Yuan away because of this. The youngsters in the classroom weren't in the mood to listen to the lesson. They were all whispering to each other. Killing was still too foreign to this group of 15-year-old youths, and it was also very scary. Since young, they were under the protection of their families. At most, they only sparred with their fists and killed chickens and dogs. As for killing, it was still far away from them. Who did Fang Yuan kill? I heard it was a servant from the MO branch. Hey, I know this the best. Last night, I saw with my own eyes that Senior Mo Yen from the Mo family brought a bunch of servants to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. It's the Mo family. Not good. The Mabe is in trouble. Many youngsters looked at Gyue Mabe. The Mabe sat on his seat with a pale face. He just got the news this morning. Fang Yuan actually killed someone. He even killed someone he was familiar with, Gao Wan. The Mabe was very familiar with Gao Wan. He was very active among the servants. He was good at flattering people. He also trained hard in martial arts. He was a capable lackey. A while ago, Gao Wan even sparred with the Mabe. He didn't expect to be killed by Fang Yuan just like that. Because of this, the shock and disbelief in the Mabe's heart was twice as strong as the others. Other than shock, there was also worry and fear. Facing a murderer like Fang Yuan, it would be a lie if the 15-year-old Mabe said he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was not the only one who was afraid. The other youths were also afraid. Fang Yuan had robbed them twice, and each of them had fought with Fang Yuan. I've actually fought with such a cruel murderer? I'm actually still alive. Many people patted their chests, feeling a wave of lingering fear. It was one thing for Fang Yuan to kill people, but the key was that he had dismembered the corpses and chopped them into minced meat. This was too cruel. Such a terrifying crime deeply impacted the innocent hearts of the youths. In the room, there were only the Academy Elder and Fang Yuan. The Academy Elder sat while Fang Yuan stood. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The Academy Elder looked at Fang Yuan silently, a complicated light flashing through his eyes. Early in the morning, a guard reported to him about Fang Yuan's murder. This news made him shocked and suspicious. He was a rank 3 old Gu master, and was also in charge of the academy, so he naturally knew what kind of battle power a rank 1 initial stage Gu master had. Fang Yuan could kill Gao Wan. It could be said that he had defeated the strong with the weak. In fact, yesterday evening, a guard had reported to him that Mo Yen had held Fang Yuan hostage and barged into the academy. At that time he did not care, nor did he stop it. He was the academy elder, and his goal was to nurture future Gu masters, not to protect them. As long as there were no casualties among the students, he encouraged fights in the dark. Mo Yen came to find trouble with Fang Yuan, and he was happy to see it happen. Firstly, he knew that regardless of victory or defeat, the fight would be beneficial to Fang Yuan's growth. Secondly, he wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's limelight. Fang Yuan had blocked the academy's entrance twice, snatching away all the students. This limelight was too strong, and he had to suppress it. But he did not expect that Mo Yen would return empty-handed, leaving behind the family servant Gao Wan. And Gao Wan could not beat Fang Yuan, and was killed by Fang Yuan. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Killing someone was not rare, especially to Gu masters. It could be said to be an extremely common thing. But for a 15-year-old youth to kill someone for the first time, it was not simple. The academy elder still had a vivid memory of his first kill. At that time he was already a rank 2 Gu master, 19 years old, and in a conflict, he killed a Gu master from the Bai family village. After killing the person, he vomited a mess, and his heart was in a mess. For a few days he had no appetite and did not want to eat. He did not comfort himself when he slept, and the moment he closed his eyes, he would see the person's angry eyes when he died. Looking at Fang Yuan now, his face was calm as usual. Where was the panic? There was no discomfort, as if he had just slept the night before, and the one who killed someone was not him. Especially when the academy elder heard that after Fang Yuan killed the family servant, he did not let him go, and dragged the body back to the dormitory, chopping the body into meat paste to vent his anger. Such ruthless methods, it was terrifying to hear. So, at this moment, the academy elder looked at Feng Yuan with a complicated gaze. On one hand, he was shocked at Feng Yuan's indifference towards life, his heart as cold as ice. On the other hand, he admired Feng Yuan. He was born to be a battle seed. He had just mastered the moonlight gu, and he could already use it to kill someone. Ordinary youths, even those great geniuses, might not be able to do it. This was the talent of battle. If he was nurtured to fight for the family, he would be the enemy's nightmare. The third aspect was worry and distress. He was worried that after this incident, Feng Yuan's momentum would grow, and he would not be able to suppress him. This Feng Yuan was too daring. Not only did he violate the clan rules, he used a gu in the academy, and even killed someone because of it. He had to suppress his limelight, or else how could he manage this academy? What was distressing was how to deal with the aftermath of this incident, since it involved the clan's Mo bloodline. Feng Yuan, do you know why I summoned you? The academy elder used a low voice, breaking the silence in the room. I know. Feng Yuan nodded. I used the moonlight gu in the academy, and violated the clan rules. According to the rules, this is the first time I violated it, and I should pay 30 yuan stone as a punishment. He avoided the main point, and did not talk about Gao Wan's death. The academy elder was stunned. He did not expect Feng Yuan to answer like this. His face darkened and he snorted, "Don't try to act dumb in front of me. Let me ask you, what's the matter with Gao Wan's death?" Feng Yuan squinted his eyes. Gao Wan offended his superiors, and his intentions were vicious. Last night, not only did he block my door, he also wanted to kill me. In self-defense, I had to use the moonlight gu and luckily killed the thief. I suspect that this person is very likely to be a spy from the other mountain strongholds. Family elder, please investigate this matter. The academy elder heard this and frowned, not knowing what to say. Now that Gao Wan was dead, Feng Yuan could say whatever he wanted. He was just an outsider, not a member of the clan. If he died, then so be it. The academy elder did not care at all. But he was worried about the Mo family's reaction. Gao Wan was a servant of the Mo family, but he died in the academy. He was in charge of the academy, and he needed to give the Mo family an explanation. After thinking for a while, the academy elder stared at Feng Yuan and asked, "Then let me ask you, how did you deal with Gao Wan's body?" Feng Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I chopped up Gao Wan's body, and put it in a wooden box. When the sun rose, I placed it at the back door of the Mo family." What? The academy elder was shocked, and almost stood up from his seat. Feng Yuan not only killed a servant, but also chopped up the body, and placed it at the back door of the Mo family. This was a blatant provocation. To the academy elder who wanted to settle this matter, this was definitely a real nightmare. Feng Yuan was just a small rank 1 gu master. What kind of reaction would the huge Mo family have? When the academy elder thought of this, he felt a headache. Things had already gotten out of his control. This Feng Yuan was really a troublemaker. Since it has already happened, there's no point in talking about it. You can leave first, there will be punishment in a few days, you better be mentally prepared. The elder was in a mess, and waved his hand to let Feng Yuan leave. He needed to calm down and think of a solution. Chapter 37. At the same time in the Mo family. What did I tell you? Look at what you've done. In the study, Guiyue Mo-chan slammed the table and flew into a rage. Mo Yen stood in front of the old man with her head lowered. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. She had just received the news that Gao Wan had been killed by Feng Yuan. That 15-year-old boy actually had such means and determination. Gao Wan was a servant of the Mo family. Feng Yuan killed him, which meant that he didn't respect the Mo family at all. Grandpa, don't be angry. Gao Wan was just a servant. It doesn't matter if he's dead. After all, his surname isn't Guiyue. But that Feng Yuan is too daring. Even if he beats a dog, he has to look at the owner first. Not only did he beat our dog, but he also killed it. Mo Yen said angrily. Guo Mo-chan roared. You still have the cheek to say that? You've grown up and don't care about what I said anymore, right? What did I warn you about? You've completely forgotten it. Your granddaughter doesn't dare. Emo Yin was shocked. She realized that her grandpa was really angry, so she quickly knelt down. Guyu Emo-chan pointed outside the window and reprimanded, "Humph, it's fine if that servant is dead, but you still won't let go of Fang Yuan. You're so short-sighted and don't know what's important. Do you know what you're doing? It's their business to fight among the younger generation. As the elders, we shouldn't get involved. This is the rule. Now that you're looking for trouble with Fang Yuan, you're breaking the rule. Who knows how many people are looking at the Emo family as a joke now?" "Grandpa, please calm down. Anger is harmful to the body. It's my fault for dragging the Emo family down. I'll do whatever Grandpa tells me to do, but I can't take this lying down. That Fang Yuan is too despicable and shameless. First, he tricked me into entering the school. Then, he hid in the dormitory and didn't come out no matter how I scolded him. Once I left, he killed Gao Wan. This is extremely treacherous and shameless." Emo Yin reported. "Oh, is that so?" Guyue and Emo-chan furrowed their brows. This was the first time they had heard of this information. A glint flashed through their eyes. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Stroking his beard, he muttered, "I've heard of this Fang Yuan before. He composed poems in his early years and has early wisdom. Unexpectedly, his aptitude was only C grade, which made it difficult for him to be of great use. Thus he gave up on recruiting him. Now that I think about it, it's quite interesting." After a pause, Guyue and Emo-chan knocked on the table with their fingers. "Someone bring that box over." There were servants waiting outside the door. Soon a box was brought in. The box was neither too big nor too small, but it was a bit heavy. The servant carried it with both hands and stood beside the desk. "Grandpa, what is this?" Emo Yin asked curiously when she saw the wooden box. "Why don't you open it and take a look?" Guyue Emo-chan narrowed his eyes, his tone a little complicated. Emo Yin stood up and opened the wooden lid to take a look inside. Immediately, her expression changed and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. She could not help but take a big step back and let out an uncontrollable cry of shock. The wooden lid in her hand also fell to the ground. Without the wooden lid, the contents of the wooden box appeared in front of everyone. It was a pile of flesh and blood. These pieces of flesh and blood were obviously cut into pieces and placed in the box. Scarlet blood accumulated inside. Some were pale white flesh and some were long intestines. There were even 1 or 2 pieces of bones mixed in, either leg bones or ribs. In the corner of the blood pool, there were 2 fingers and half a toe. Emo Yan's beautiful face paled and she took another big step back. Her stomach was boiling and she almost vomited on the spot. Although she was a rank 2 Gu master and had gone through a lot of training and killed before, this was the first time she had seen such a disgusting scene. The flesh and blood in the box was obviously a human corpse that was cut up and stuffed inside. A strong stench of blood instantly filled the entire study room. The servant's hands were trembling and his face was deathly pale. Although he had seen this box and vomited, he still felt waves of fear and disgust when he held it. Among the 3 people in the study room, only Elder Guillermo Chen's expression did not change. He glanced at the flesh and blood in the box and said slowly to Emo Yen, "This box was placed by Fang Yuan at the back door of my house this morning." "What? It's really him?" Emo Yen was shocked and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan's image. The first time she saw Fang Yuan was at the inn. At that time, Fang Yuan was sitting by the window, eating quietly. His face was ordinary, his eyes were dark, his body was thin, and his skin was pale like a teenager's. He was obviously such an ordinary and quiet teenager, but he actually did such a perverted and crazy thing. After the shock came anger. Emo Yen shouted, "This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. He must have eaten a leopard's guts. He actually dared to do this. This is a provocation to our Emo family. I'll go over now and bring him here for questioning." She was about to walk out. "Scoundrel, stop right there." Guyu Emo-chan was even angrier than her, casually grabbing a piece of inkstone on the table and throwing it out. The hard and heavy inkstone hit Emo Yan's shoulder and fell to the ground with a bang. "Grandpa!" Emo Yan held her shoulder and cried out. Guyu Emo-chan stood up and pointed at his granddaughter. He said agitatedly, "It seems that all these years of training have been in vain. You really disappoint me. To deal with a small rank 1 initial stage Gu master, not only did you mobilize so many people, you were also led by the nose by the opponent. Now you've been blinded by anger. Do you still understand the meaning of Fang Yuan's actions? What meaning? Mo Yin was confused. Mo-chan snorted. If Fang Yuan wanted to provoke us and make a big deal out of this, why didn't he place this box at the front door where people come and go? Why did he place it at the back door? Could it be that he wants to reconcile? No, if he wants to reconcile, wouldn't it be better to apologize in person? Why did he send this box of dismembered corpses? This is a provocation, Mo Yin said. Mo-chan shook his head and nodded. He wants to reconcile, but it is indeed a provocation. He placed the wooden box at the back door to reconcile. Putting dismembered corpses in the wooden box is a provocation. Look, the old man pointed at the box. This wooden box is not big. It can't contain a complete corpse, so there is only a part of the corpse inside. He wants to tell us that he doesn't want to make a big deal out of this and wants to keep the peace. But if the Mo family still doesn't let this go, he will throw the rest of the dismembered corpses at the front door and make a big deal out of this. When that happens, it will be a lose-lose situation. The whole family will know that the Mo family broke the rules first, and that the future leader of the Mo family is actually so weak that he needs to be pampered and protected by the elders. When Mo Yin heard this, she was momentarily stunned. She had never expected that Fang Yuan's move would have such a deep meaning. This is a brilliant move, Mo-chan sighed. It is just a move, but it is a combination of strength and gentleness, and he knows when to advance and when to retreat. This simple wooden box not only shows Fang Yuan's intention to compromise, but it is also his threat to the Mo family. Unfortunately, he has really grasped our Achilles heel. If the Mo family's reputation is damaged because of this, the Qi family will rise in revolt, and the family head will attack us. Mo Yin did not believe in this. She said, Grandpa, aren't you overestimating him? He's only 15 years old. Overestimating? Mo-chan looked at his granddaughter unhappily. It seems that you have been used to having a smooth life all these years, and you have developed an arrogant habit. You can't see reality clearly. This Fang Yuan was calm in the face of danger, and he tricked you into entering the school. Then, he was quick-witted and hid in the dormitory to avoid trouble. He allowed you to insult him, but he did not try to be brave. This is tolerance and calmness. After you left, he immediately killed Gao Wan. This is determination and bravery. Now he sent this box. This is obviously a clever plan. Don't you think I overestimated him? Mo Yin was stunned. She really did not expect her grandpa to admire Fang Yuan so much. She immediately said, unconvinced, Grandpa, he is only a C grade. Mo-chan stroked his beard and sighed. Yes, he is only a C grade. He has such wisdom, but he is only a C grade. It is a pity. If his aptitude is a little higher, and he is a B grade, he will definitely be the future leader of the Guiyue family. Unfortunately, he is only a C grade. The old man's sigh was full of emotion. He seemed to be regretting but also rejoicing. Mo Yin was silent. She could not help but think of Fang Yuan's image again. Under her psychological influence, Fang Yuan's originally weak and scholarly face was now shrouded in a layer of sinister and dangerous shadow. You're the one who caused this. How do you think we should deal with it? Mo-chan suddenly broke the silence and started to test Mo Yin. Mo Yin thought for a while, then said with a cold tone, Gao Wan is just a slave. It is fine if he dies. Fang Yuan is only a C grade, so it is a small matter. The key is to protect the Mo family's reputation. In order to settle this matter, we might as well kill Gao Wan's entire family to show the whole family that we uphold the rules. Yes, it is good that you can look at the big picture and temporarily put aside your personal feelings to protect the family's interests. However, this way of dealing with it is not appropriate. Mo-chan stroked his beard and commented, Please instruct me, Grandpa. Mo Yin bowed. Mo-chan thought for a while and said, This matter was caused by you, so Grandpa will punish you by confinement for 7 days. From now on, don't cause trouble for Fang Yuan. Gao Wan offended his superior, and a slave offended his master. He deserves to die. He should be punished. Because he is a slave of the Mo family, the Mo family is also responsible for not disciplining him properly. Compensate Fang Yuan with 30 yuan stone. As for Gao Wan's family, give them 50 yuan stone as an allowance, then kicked them out of the mansion. He paused for a while and said, "For the next 7 days, rest well at home and don't go out. At the same time, think about Grandpa's intentions in dealing with this matter." "Yes, Grandpa." Chapter 38. In the sky there were layers of dark clouds, and the spring rain continued to fall. The rain was as thin as a cow's hair, and as it fell, Qingmao Mountain was covered in a thin layer of smoke. The first floor of the inn's dining hall was still deserted, with only 4 tables of guests. Fang Yuan sat by the window and a gust of wind blew, carrying with it a poetic and floral scent. The light rain on the heavenly street is soft. The color of the grass is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan looked at the window, softly muttering, before retracting his gaze. The table in front of him was filled with good wine and dishes, all looking and smelling good. Especially the green bamboo wine. The fragrance of the wine was mellow and fresh. The dark green wine quietly sat in the bamboo cup, and from this angle, it gave off a warm amber luster. The table closest to him was the grandfather and grandson. They were dressed in plain clothes and were both mortals. The old man drank the rice wine while looking at Fang Yuan with envy. He was obviously attracted by the green bamboo wine, but did not have the money to buy it. His grandson was eating the braised beans, making crunching sounds in his mouth. At the same time he was pestering his grandfather, shaking the old man's arm. "Grandfather, grandfather, tell me the story of Ranzu. If you don't, I'll go back and tell Grandma that you came out to steal wine. I can't even eat in peace." The old man sighed, but his face showed a loving expression. He used his bony hand to touch his grandson's head. "Then I'll tell you. It is said that Ranzu gave his heart to the Hope-gu and escaped from the trap. The story of Ranzu was the world's most widespread, and also the oldest legend. The old man's story was roughly like this. It was said that Ranzu escaped from the trap because of hope, but he was old, without strength and intelligence, and could not continue hunting. Even his teeth had fallen out, and he could not chew on many wild fruits and vegetables. Ranzu could already feel death approaching. At this time the Hope-gu told him, "Human, you cannot die. If you die, your heart will be gone, and my hope will lose its home." Ranzu was helpless. "Who wants to die? But heaven and earth want me to die, I have no choice." Hope-gu said, "Everything has hope. As long as you grab the lifespan-gu, you will gain a new lifespan." Ranzu had already heard of the existence of lifespan-gu, but he shrugged helplessly. When lifespan-gu is still, no one can sense it. When it flies, it is faster than light. How could I possibly catch it? This is too difficult. The Hope-gu told Ranzu a secret. Humans never give up hope. Let me tell you, in the northwest corner of the earth there is a huge mountain. There was a cave at the top of the mountain. There were 2 gu worms, one round and one square, living in the cave. As long as you can subdue these 2 gu worms, there is no gu in the world that you cannot capture. Even lifespan gu is no exception. Ranzu was already at his wits' end, and this was his only hope. He spent a lot of effort to find this mountain. Then he braved countless dangers and climbed to the top of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave at the top of the mountain, he staggered in with his last bit of strength. The cave was so dark that Ranzu could not even see his own fingers. Ranzu walked and walked in the darkness. From time to time he would bump into something, causing his head to bleed. From time to time, he felt that this darkness was vast and boundless, as if it was another world, and other than himself there was nothing around him. He spent a lot of time, but could not walk out of this boundless darkness. Not to mention subduing the 2 round and square gu worms. Just as he was in a daze, 2 voices came from the darkness. One said, "Oh human, you also want to capture us? Go back, even if you have strength gu, it is impossible." The other voice said, "Oh human, go back, we will not take your life. Even with wisdom gu's help, you may not be able to find us." Ranzu fell on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath. "Strength gu and wisdom gu have left me long ago. I do not have much lifespan left, I have nowhere else to go. But as long as there is a trace of hope in my heart, I will not give up." Hearing Ranzu's words, the 2 voices became silent. After a while they said, "I understand, human. You have already given your heart to the Hope-gu. You are saying that you will not give up no matter what. The other voice continued. Since that is the case, we will give you a chance. As long as you say our names, we will be yours to use. Renzu was stunned. Trying to find two accurate names from the sea of words was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he did not even know how many words were in the names of these two gu. Renzu quickly asked the Hope Gu, but the Hope Gu did not know either. Renzu had no other way out. He could only bite the bullet and say the names. He said many names, spending a long time, but there was no response from the darkness. He had clearly called the wrong names. Gradually, Renzu's aura became weaker. In this cave, he went from an old man to an old man. It was like the evening sun was gradually setting. Half of it had already fallen into the horizon, becoming the setting sun. The food he brought with him became less and less. His mind moved slower and slower, and he did not have much strength to speak. The voice in the darkness urged, "O human, you are dying, let us let you go. You can use your last moments to crawl out of the cave and take a last look at this world. But you have offended us. As punishment, leave the Hope Gu here to accompany us." Renzu tightly held his chest, resolutely rejecting. "Even if I die, I will not give up hope." The Hope Gu was moved. It used all its strength to respond to Renzu, letting out a pure white light. Around Renzu's chest, specks of white light appeared. But this white light was too weak. It could not light up the darkness. It could not even cover Renzu's entire body. It could only light up his chest. Renzu, on the other hand, felt a new formless strength entering his body from the Hope Gu. He continued to speak, saying the names. He was already muddle-headed. There were many names that he had said before, but he could not remember them clearly. Saying them again wasted a lot of effort. His life flowed with time. Renzu did not have much time left. Finally, when he only had 1 day left to live, he said the word Ju. A sigh came from the darkness. A voice said, "O human, I admire your perseverance. You said my name. From today onwards I will listen to your orders. But I can only be together with my brothers to capture all the gu worms in the world for you. Otherwise, with just my gu it is not enough. So give up. You are already on the verge of death. You might as well make use of this world. Take a last look at it." Renzu, however, shook his head resolutely. He made use of his time and continued to speak, guessing the other gu worm's name. Time ticked by, and he only had 1 hour left. But at this time he unintentionally said the word, Ju. In an instant the darkness disappeared. 2 gu appeared in front of him. Just like what the Hope Gu said, 1 gu was square, it was called Ju. The other gu was round, it was called Gu A. Together it was called Rules. The 2 gu spoke together. "No matter who it is, as long as they know our names, we will listen to them. O human, since you already know our names, we will be used by you. But you must remember, it is best not to let other living beings know our names. The more that know our names, we will have to subdue them all at once. Now you are the first person to subdue us. Tell us your request." Renzu was overjoyed. "Then I order you to capture a lifespan gu for me." Rules and Rules gu worked together and captured an 80-year lifespan gu. Renzu was already 100 years old. After eating this lifespan gu, the wrinkles on his face disappeared. His skinny limbs were filled with healthy muscles, and the aura of youth was once again emitted. He jumped up like a carp doing a somersault. He joyfully looked at his own body, knowing that he had once again become a 20-year-old youth. "We will stop here for today. Let's go home, my good grandson." The old man finished his story and finished his wine. "Grandpa, continue. What happened to Renzu afterwards?" The grandson did not give up, shaking the old man's arm. "Let's go. We will talk when we have time." The old man wore a conical hat and a raincoat, and put a small one on his grandson. The grandfather and grandson left the inn and walked into the rain, gradually getting further away. Rules. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. He swirled the wine cup and looked at the green bamboo wine in the cup, feeling emotional. The legend of Renzu was widely spread in this world. Almost no one did not know of it. Fang Yuan had naturally heard of it long ago. But whether it was a legend or a story, the benevolent saw benevolence and the wise saw wisdom. Earlier, the grandfather and grandson had only treated it as a story, but Fang Yuan could sense the deeper meaning behind it. Like that Renzu. When he did not know the rules, he would fumble around in the darkness. Sometimes he would stumble around, bumping into things, getting injured and in a sorry state. Sometimes it would be a vast expanse, falling into confusion with no direction or goal. This darkness was not pure darkness or darkness. Strength, wisdom and hope could not restrain it. Only when Ranzu knew the rules, and said the name of the rules, did the darkness disappear, and Ranzu welcomed light. The darkness was the darkness of rules, and this light was also the light of rules. Feng Yuan moved his gaze away from the wine cup and looked outside the window. Far away outside the window, the sky was dark and gloomy, the green mountains were endless, and the drizzle was like fog. Nearby, tall bamboo buildings appeared one after another, extending outwards. On the road, there were 2 or 3 pedestrians, their feet wet and muddy from the rain. If they were not wearing gray-green clothes, they were carrying yellow umbrellas. Feng Yuan concluded in his heart, this world is like a big chessboard. All living beings are chess pieces, moving according to their own rules. The 4 seasons have rules: spring, summer, autumn and winter cycle in order. The water has rules flowing to the bottom. The heat has rules rising to the top. Humans naturally have rules. Everyone has their own standpoint and principles. Take Guyue village for example. The lives of servants are cheap, but the lives of the masters are precious. This is the rule. Thus, Shan Shui wanted to climb up to the nobles, and racked her brains to get rid of her slave status. Gao Wan tried every possible way to win the favor of the masters, relying on his master's power. Towards uncle and aunt, he was greedy, wanting to swallow up his parents' inheritance. The academy elders mainly nurture Gu masters, and maintain their own position in the academy. Everyone has their own rules, every industry has its own rules, and every social group has their own rules. As long as one understands the rules, they can see the situation clearly. Get rid of the darkness and obtain the light, and deal with it with ease. Feng Yuan thought of his own situation, and already had a plan in his heart. To the Mo family's leader, Guyue Mo Chan, it is to protect the family's prosperity and benefits. Mo Yen looking for trouble with me is already breaking the rules, and to protect the family's reputation, he will definitely not make a move on me. He might even take the initiative to compensate me. Actually, the Mo family is strong, and with their damaged reputation they want to punish me, and I will not be able to resist. But Guyue Mo-chan was afraid. He was not afraid that he would break the rules, but worried that others would follow him and start to break the rules. In a fight between the younger generation, if the elders interfered, the situation would escalate, and if it involved the higher-ups, it would be a huge threat to the whole village. What Guyue Mo-chan was afraid of was that in future fights, others would lay their hands on his grandson, Guyue Mo-bei. In his family, he only has one son, and if he dies, what should he do? This kind of fear perhaps even he himself does not know. He just subconsciously wants to maintain the rules. Feng Yuan's eyes were clear, and he was clear about this matter from beginning to end. Gao Wan was not Guyue, so he was an outsider, a servant. What was the big deal if the master executed a servant? In this world there were many normal things. Feng Yuan had killed Gao Wan. Gao Wan's death was not the key was his master, the Mo family behind him. But this time I sent a box of dismembered corpses. I guess Guyue Mo-chan will interpret it as a compromise and a threat. This is what I want him to understand. If nothing goes wrong, the Mo family will not pursue the matter of Gao Wan's death. Of course, if my aptitude is a grade higher like a B grade, the Mo family will feel threatened, and even if their reputation is damaged, they will suppress me this future threat. Feng Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Strength can be relied on, weakness can also be used. Although Feng Yuan was currently in the game, he was also a chess piece. But he was well versed in the rules, and had the heart of a chess player. Ordinary people were mostly like Guyue Mo-chan or the academy elder, and they only knew their own rules. Different professions were worlds apart. Like Feng Yuan, who could see the big picture and was well versed in the rules, it was extremely difficult. To know the rules, one had to be like Renzu, struggling in the dark, and wandering around in confusion. At this time, strength, wisdom, and hope were not very useful. He had to spend time and experience it for himself in order to gain experience. Renzu was able to say the names of the Gu, rules and Gu, because he spent time and tried countless times under the shroud of death. Fong Yuan was well versed in the rules because of his 500 years of experience in his previous life. Since his rebirth, he was confident that he could create a glorious future. Not because of the spring-autumn cicada's reappearance, not because he knew many treasures in the mystic realms, and not because he had a grasp of the general direction of the future. Instead, it was the life experience he had accumulated over the 500 years of his previous life. Just like Renzu, who mastered the gu, could easily capture all the insects in the world, and Fong Yuan, who was well versed in the rules and regulations, could look down from above and see through the complicated affairs of the world. Or he could delve into a cocoon or hit the nail on the head. I am proud and arrogant, coldly looking at the people of the world like chess pieces, following their own rules and moving forward step by step. Darkness is the darkness of the rules, and light is the light of the rules. And the reborn demon is already walking in the light. Chapter 39. May was the transition between spring and summer. The fragrance of flowers pervaded the air, and the mountains were green. The sun began to gradually show its warm side. Under the clear blue sky, white clouds floated like cotton. On Qingmao Mountain, the bamboo forest was still as straight as a spear, pointing towards the sky. Weeds grew wildly everywhere, and unknown wildflowers dotted the grass. When the wind blew, the weeds moved up and down, and the strong smell of pollen and grass assaulted one's senses. Halfway up the mountain, there were large numbers of terraced fields. Layer by layer, step by step, tender green wheat seedlings were planted, and from afar it looked like a green sea. There were many farmers in the terraced fields, busy working. Some were cleaning the canals to divert water, while others rolled up their trousers and stood in the fields to plant seedlings. These people were naturally mortals with other surnames, as Guyue's clansmen did not engage in such lowly work. Ding ding ding, the sound of camel bells could be faintly heard in the spring wind. The farmers straightened their bodies, turning their heads towards the foot of the mountain, only to see a caravan like a colorful long worm, slowly peeking out from the mountain path. It's a caravan. Yes, it's already May, the caravan should be here by now. The adults understood in their hearts. The naughty children gave up playing with the water and the mud in their hands, skipping towards the caravan. Southern border had 100,000 mountains, and Qingmao Mountain was just one of them. Every mountain was inhabited by a village, and the people maintained the village with their blood and kinship. Between the mountains, the forests were deep and serene, with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The environment was complex, with large numbers of fierce beasts and strange gu worms. Mortals could not pass through at all. If a single person wanted to pass through these obstacles, they would need to be at least a rank 3 gu master. Thus, the economy was in decline and trade was difficult. The main form of trade was the caravan. Only by forming such a large-scale caravan could gu masters form groups, and have the ability to help each other, overcoming the difficulties on the way, and travel from one mountain to another. The arrival of the caravan was like a bowl of boiling water, suddenly pouring into the calm and peaceful Qingmao Mountain. In the past they came in April, but this year it's May. But he's finally here. The innkeeper heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the news. The inn's business was extremely slow in other months. They could only count on the arrival of the merchant caravan to bring them a year's worth of income. At the same time, he still had some green bamboo wine in his inventory, which he could sell to the caravans. Not only the inns, but the tavern's business would also flourish. The caravan entered Guyue's village one after another. The one in the lead was a treasure brass toad. The toad was 2.5 meters tall and had an orange-yellow body. Its back was broad and thick, and it was covered in warts and bumps, like the huge copper rivets on ancient city gates. On the back of the treasure brass toad, a large pile of goods was secured with thick ropes. At first glance it looked like the treasure toad was carrying a huge bag. A middle-aged man with a round, pock-marked face and a round belly was sitting cross-legged on the head of the treasure toad. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and cupped his fists to greet the Guyue villagers around him. This person's name was Jia Fu, and he had rank 4 cultivation. He was the leader of this caravan. The treasure toad hopped forward, and Jia Fu sat on the toad's head steadily. When he hopped, his height was level with the window of the second floor. Even if he landed, he would be higher than the first floor of the bamboo buildings. The originally spacious street suddenly seemed narrow. The treasure brass toad was like a monster that charged into the forest of bamboo buildings. After the treasure toad was a big fat bug. Its eyes were like stained glass windows, bright and colorful. It was 15 meters long, and its body resembled a silkworm. But its surface was covered with a thick layer of black glazed leather armor. The leather armor was also piled with goods, tied with hemp ropes. In the gaps between the goods, goo masters were sitting, some old and some young. There were also mortals, all of them strong and healthy martial artists, following the black-skinned fat beetle as it slowly moved forward. After the fat beetle there was an ostrich with colorful feathers, a hairy mountain spider, a winged snake with 2 wings and so on. But these were only the minority, and most of them were toads. These toads were similar to the treasure brass toad, just that they were slightly smaller, about the size of a cow or horse. They carried goods and people, their bellies bulging as they hopped forward. The caravan zigzagged deep into the village. Along the way, the children opened their eyes wide, looking curiously, cheering and exclaiming. The windows of the second floor opened one by one, and the villagers observed closely. Some of their eyes shone with fear, while some waved their hands to express their warm welcome. Brother Jia, you are a little late this year, it must have been hard on you. Guyuebo used his status as the tribe leader to personally welcome the leader of this caravan. Jiafu was a rank 4 Gu master. If a rank 3 clan elder was in charge of receiving him, it would undoubtedly be a form of neglect and contempt. Jiafu cupped his fists, sighing. This year was not smooth sailing. We met a group of dark bloodbats on the way, and lost many experts. And on Precipice Mountain we met the mountain fog and really did not dare to go. Thus we delayed a lot of time. Sorry for making Brother Guyue wait. His tone was very polite. Guyue village needed the caravan to trade every year. And the caravan also needed harmony to make money. It's good that you can come. Please, the tribe has already prepared food and wine. Let me welcome you. Guyuebo extended his hand in invitation. Tribe leader is too polite, too polite. Jiafu acted as if he was overwhelmed by the favor. The caravan arrived at Qingmao Mountain in the morning, and camped at Guyue village in the afternoon. By evening, the surroundings of the village had formed a large area of temporary shops. All sorts of red, blue, yellow and green tents were set up, and in between the tents, there were also countless small stalls. Night had fallen, but the place was still ablaze with lights. An endless stream of people poured into this place from the village. There were mortals and also Gu masters. The children were jumping around in joy, and the adults also had a joyous expression, as if they were celebrating a festival. Fang Yuan followed the flow of people, walking in and out of the tents. The crowd was bustling, surrounding the stalls in groups, or moving in and out of the tents. The surroundings were filled with shouts of hawking. Come, 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 let's take a look. High-quality blue sea cloud tea. Drinking this tea makes one feel as happy as a deity. Even if people don't drink it, feeding the tea goo is also cheap and delicious. One piece only costs 5 yuan stone. Brute strength longhorn beetle goo. When activated by a goo master, it can increase the strength of a bull. Don't miss it. Intimate grass, high-quality intimate grass. Look at the quality, it's as fresh as if it was just picked. 2 yuan stone per caddy, what a cheap price. Fang Yuan heard this and his footsteps paused, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw an ostrich pulling a 2-wheeled cart. On the cart was a pile of pink-green grass. Every blade of grass was a meter long, very slender, and on average only the width of a fingernail. Some of the grass even had heart-shaped flower buds at the tip. Intimate grass was one of the supplementary food for goo worms, and its value was that it could be paired with some food to feed goo worms. For example, when Fang Yuan fed the moonlight goo, he needed to feed it 2 flower petals for every meal. If he mixed in an intimate grass, the moonlight goo would be full after eating a moon orchid petal. Intimate grass was only 2 yuan stone per caddy, and every 10 moon orchid petals were 1 yuan stone. With a little calculation, he knew that mixing in the intimate grass to feed the goo worms was more cost-effective. Half a month ago I killed Gao Wan, and because I used the moonlight goo in the academy I was fined 30 yuan stone. But the Mo family compensated me with 30 yuan stones, so it's not considered a loss. These days I robbed twice, totaling a total of 118 yuan stone. But recently, I have been constantly using the refined middle stage primeval essence to nourish the 4 walls of my aperture. Every day I have to use 3 yuan stone. In addition to the goo worm's feeding costs, my own living expenses, and the yuan stone that I continuously invested to buy green bamboo wine. I still have 98 yuan stones in my hands. Ever since Fang Yuan killed someone, his cruel and cold image was deeply ingrained in the students' hearts, and for a while, no one dared to challenge him. This made robbing much easier. Every time, only a small number of people dared to go against him. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart, and shifted his gaze, continuing to walk deeper into the temporary shop area. At the intimate grass stall, a group of people surrounded it. They were all goo masters or students, holding yuan stone in their hands, fighting to buy it. It was not that Fang Yuan did not have the money to buy this intimate grass, but he did not have the time. If I remember correctly, that mudskin toad is in that shop. In my previous life, there was a goo master who gambled on it on the first night, and thus made a huge profit. I have to hurry, I can't lose the big picture because of a small gain. Chapter 40. The deeper he went, the more prosperous it was. There were fewer small stalls and more big tents. There were red, blue, yellow, and green tents. Some were square, some were round. Some of them had 2 pillars at the entrance, while others had red lanterns hanging from them. Some were brightly lit, while others were dark. Fang Yuan looked around as he walked, and finally stopped in front of a gray tent. It's here. He looked up and saw that there were 2 pillars at the entrance of the tent. The pillars were engraved with a pair of couplets. On the left, show your courage, get the 4 seasons. On the right, show your skills, get wealth in all directions. In the middle there was a horizontal line, luck changes. That's right, this was a casino. This casino covered an acre of land, and was already a large tent. Fang Yuan walked in. Inside the tent there were 3 rows of counters. On the counters were pieces of amber or fossils. The small ones were the size of a palm, while the big ones were the size of a basin. There were also bigger ones as tall as a person. Naturally, the counters could not fit them, so they stood on the ground. Different from the liveliness of the other tents, this place was quiet. There were goo masters in 2s and 3s standing in front of the counters. Some carefully examined the stones on the counters. Some picked up the fossils and rubbed them carefully in their palms, feeling the texture. Some discussed with their companions, and some discussed the price with the shop assistants. But no matter what they said, they spoke softly, trying not to disturb others. This was a gambling den. In this world of goo, there were all kinds of strange and innumerable goo. Goo worms had their own specific food. Without food, goo worms could only last for a period of time before dying. But nature was cruel and merciful to life. If there was a lack of food, goo worms had a chance of survival. That was to fall into a deep sleep and seal themselves. For example, the moonlight goo, without the moon orchid petals, might seal itself. It would shrink its strength as much as possible, like hibernation, falling into the deepest sleep. At this time, its body would not only dissipate the blue light, but it would also turn from a transparent crystal into a gray stone, covered in a stone shell. As time passed, the stone shell would become thicker and thicker, turning into a stubborn stone. Another example was the liquor worm. If it sealed itself, it would form a white silkworm cocoon. It would curl up its body and sleep in the cocoon. Of course, this kind of sealed dormancy did not happen to all goo worms. The probability of it happening was very small. Under normal circumstances, goo worms would not fall asleep but starve to death. Only a small number of goo worms would seal themselves under certain circumstances. Some goo masters accidentally obtained these sealed goo worms on rocks or cocoons, awakening the goo worms within. Some of them made a small fortune from this. Some of them had a meteoric rise, their lives ushering in a turning point. These situations happen frequently in the goo master world. There were often rumors that were true or false, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. This was the source of the stubborn stones in this gambling den. Of course, these stones were similar in appearance. He had to open it to determine if there really was a goo worm hidden inside. For a small-scale gambling den like this, 9 out of 10 stones are solid, and there are no goo worms inside. Even if there were goo worms in the stones, they might not all be living worms. Most of them were dead goo worms. But once they bet on a living goo, under most circumstances they would make a huge profit. If the goo worm is extremely rare, then they would either have a meteoric rise or they would be killed and robbed. Fang Yuan's heart was clear. He was very clear about the workings of this place. In his previous life, he had joined a caravan and worked as a worker in a gambling den. After a period of time, he even managed a gambling den that was bigger than this one. It was a medium-sized gambling den. He had cheated many gamblers, but also made a few mistakes, losing valuable goo worms to others several times. Fang Yuan stood at the door for a while, his gaze sweeping around before he slowly walked to the counter on the left. Behind the counter there was a shop assistant a few meters apart. There were both men and women. They had green belts on their waists. They were not mortals. They were all rank 1 goo masters. Most of them were initial stage, some were middle stage. Seeing Fang Yuan come to the counter, a female goo master closest to him walked over. A smile on her face as she said softly, "Young master, what goo do you need?" Every stone on this counter was sold for 10 primeval stones. If it's your first time and you want to gamble a little, you can go to the counter on the right. The rocks there are only selling for 5 yuan stone. If you want excitement, you can go to the higher level counter in front. The rocks there are selling for 20 yuan stone. This was an experienced female goo master. She had been working in the gambling den for a long time. When she saw Fang Yuan come in, from his appearance, age, height and other aspects, she guessed that he was a student. Those who came to gamble were all goo masters, not mortals. And students could only be considered as reserve goo masters. They had just started cultivating and were usually short on money due to feeding their goo worms. Where would they have the spare money to gamble? Students like this often came in to take a look, to broaden their horizons, and to seek novelty. Most of them only looked and did not buy. A few with good family backgrounds might buy one to give it a try. But they usually only bought the cheapest fossils. Thus, the female goo master did not look forward to how many rocks Fang Yuan could buy. "Let me take a look first." Fang Yuan nodded at her expressionlessly, and then buried his head to look. In his memory, it should be this counter in this gambling den. But 500 years was really too long. Many things were very blurry, especially the 500 years of memory. It was a huge storage. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan did not remember it very clearly. He only vaguely remembered that it was in this year. On the first night of the caravan's arrival, there was a lucky person who spent 10 yuan stone to buy a purple gold fossil. He opened the rock on the spot and obtained a mudskin toad. Then this goo toad was bought by someone, and he earned a lot of yuan stone. Fang Yuan looked for a while, his brows slightly furrowing. On this counter, there were over 20 fossils with purple gold luster. Which one was hiding the mudskin toad? Every rock here was sold for 10 yuan stone. Fang Yuan had 98 yuan stone on him now, and according to this estimation he could buy at most 9. But in reality it could not be calculated like this. Any risk and gamble had to be considered. Fang Yuan was no longer that kind of hothead, nor was he a gambler who thought highly of himself. Those who thought they were favored by fate usually fell under the hands of fate. "I am alone without the support of friends and family. I need to leave some yuan stone to support my life, and to buy food to feed the goo worm." He calculated slightly. With the basic guarantee, he could buy at most 7 fossils. This rock is decorated with purple gold, but it is flat like a cake. There is no mudskin toad inside. This purple gold is dazzling, but it is only the size of a fist. If there is really a mudskin toad inside, it should be at least 30% bigger. This purple gold fossil is big, but its surface is extremely smooth, while the mudskin toad's rock skin is full of holes. Obviously not. Fang Yuan continued to size it up, eliminating and filtering. After the goo worm was sealed and hibernated, the fossil formed was 1, and blocked most of the world's detection methods. The remaining detection methods were forceful and brutal, and once used, they would kill the dying goo worm inside. Thus, when goo masters chose rocks, they could only rely on guessing, experience, luck, and the occasional flash of inspiration. If not for that, this place would not be called a casino. Of course, in this world there were all sorts of strange things, and it was possible that there were some extremely gentle detection methods that could let the goo master know if there was a goo worm inside the rock. Fang Yuan had heard of some rumors in his previous life, but after verification, he found that they were all rumors. Fang Yuan secretly thought, if there really is such a method, it must be a secret inheritance. and would only be in the hands of an extremely small number of mysterious people. It would not affect the overall situation of the gambling industry. It was better around Qingmao Mountain, but the further east one went, the more popular the casinos became. In the Baitu Mountain region, every village had a casino. In some of the larger villages there were also large casinos. In the 3 villages famous for their stone gambling foresight, Boulder Village, Ancient Tomb Village, and Grey Whale Village, there were even larger stone gambling dens. These 3 large stone gambling dens each had a history of over 1,000 years. Even now their business was still booming, and there was an endless stream of gamblers. There had never been any incidents of them being swept clean. Right now, the tent that Fang Yuan was in could barely be considered a small-scale casino. But if any other 15-year-old came here, they would definitely be dazzled by all these fossils, and even if they chose a fossil it would be purely a blind guess. But Fang Yuan was different. First of all, he already knew a portion of the answer, so the range of choices was suddenly narrowed to less than 30. Of course, from these 20 over fossils, it was not easy to choose the only one. But Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience as a foundation. Relying on this solid foundation, he observed for a while, and chose the 6 purple gold fossils that fit the criteria. He was 80% sure. The mudskin toad was sleeping in one of the purple gold fossils. Chapter 41. I want to buy some stones. After choosing his target, Fang Yuan said to the female Gu master, "Newbie." The female Gu master immediately thought of this. No matter how bad a gambler is, if they want to buy it they have to inspect it first. First observe it carefully, then rub the stone in their hands, feeling the texture and weight of the stone. After observing it for a while, if they feel something is wrong, the gamblers will give up. They will not immediately say they want to buy it. And people like Fang Yuan, who immediately say they want to buy, are undoubtedly newbies who are gambling for the first time. But although the female Gu master thought so, her expression did not change. Her smile was still like a flower as she softly asked Fang Yuan, "Then which one do you want to choose?" Fang Yuan pointed, "This one." The female Gu master immediately took it out. Fang Yuan pointed again, "This one." The female Gu master was slightly surprised. She did not expect this young man to buy 2 at once. Looks like this young man's gambling habits are more intense. She evaluated in her heart. But immediately after, Fang Yuan pointed again. "And this one, that one, I'll buy them both." The female Gu master was stunned, feeling greatly surprised. She could not help but size up Fang Yuan again. Looks like this ordinary-looking young man. His family background should be very good. Otherwise, how can a normal Gu master have so much spare money? Thinking of this, the female Gu master's smile became gentler and friendlier. She did not expect the young man in front of her to be a customer. This was an unexpected surprise. But Fang Yuan surprised the female Gu master again. He pointed to the furthest purple gold stone, "Right, and the 2 over there." The female Gu master's heart couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Which Guyu village's rich young master is this? He seems to be the successor of a branch family. If I can get close to him, maybe I won't have to stay here and work so hard as a shop assistant. Thinking of this, the female Gu master's smile became even gentler. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan had a hint of charm. 6 stones placed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out 60 yuan stone and handed it to the female Gu master without hesitation. His action of paying the bill immediately attracted the attention of other Gu masters in the tent. Someone is starting to gamble on stones. We watched for more than an hour, but we didn't dare to make a move. Now that someone is testing the waters, it's good to see. He's just a student. To be able to take out 60 pieces of yuan stone in one go, he must be quite wealthy. Looks like he's a real hothead. Is stone gambling that easy to gamble? I'm going to hit my head hard today. The Gu master stood on the spot, discussing softly as they looked at Fang Yuan. "Sir, do you want to open the stone on the spot? Our casino will open the stone for you for free." The female Gu master gently suggested, her eyes sending flirtatious glances. Fang Yuan glanced around with the corner of his eyes, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips. He waved his hand, rejecting the female Gu master. "Purple gold is my lucky color. This is my first time gambling on rocks. It has great significance. I want to open the stone myself. The female Gu master's eyes shone brighter, thinking, such heroism. He is indeed a rich young master. She would never have thought that Fang Yuan could be said to have no relatives or friends in the Guyue village. He was like duckweed without any backing, and had to rely on himself for everything. TSK, so what if you have money? I wonder which rascal is it, wasting his father's hard-earned money. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, who relies on lucky color to choose a stone. Sigh, this kind of behavior is simply throwing a yuan stone into the water, and then smashing it into the water for fun. The gazes of the Gu masters in the tent dimmed. After confirming that Fang Yuan was a prodigal, their originally low expectations were immediately reduced to nothing. Some Gu masters even retracted their gazes, turning their heads and observing the fossils on the counter again. The changes in the surroundings did not affect Fang Yuan's state of mind at all. He was expressionless, silently mobilizing the primeval essence in his primeval sea, and putting it into the moonlight Gu. In the next moment, the crescent moon mark on his right palm emitted a water-like pale blue light. Fang Yuan used this right hand to grab a purple gold stone, holding it in his palm. Then he closed his fingers, slowly kneading and rubbing the surface of the fossil. The blue light flashed continuously, the light rippling like water. The purple gold stone became smaller and smaller, and large amounts of powdery stone chips fell from between Fang Yuan's fingers, falling onto the carpet in the tent. Good move, young master. The female Gu master seized the opportunity and immediately opened her mouth to praise. This young man, he isn't completely useless. He has real skills. Seeing this scene, the Gu master's eyes flashed with a trace of complex light. They had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the blue light to grind the surface of the stone. This was a subtle use of the moonlight Gu. Usually, only Gu masters who had used the moonlight Gu for 2 to 3 years could reach this level. With Fang Yuan's age and status as a student, it was very rare to be able to do this. Look, he is using our Guyue clan's unique moonlight Gu. Some Gu masters discovered this and immediately felt proud, looking at Fang Yuan more pleasing to the eye. But this method is still too rough to use for cutting rocks. Some of the more experienced Gu masters shook their heads. The purple gold stone became smaller and smaller. At first, it could not be closed with one palm, but after a while, it shrunk to the size of a fist and was wrapped by Fang Yuan's fingers. The blue light became stronger, and the fossil became the size of a marble. In the end, only a pile of stone powder was left, falling onto the carpet and forming a small puddle. This was completely a solid rock. There were no Gu worms inside. As expected, unreliable. The Gu masters shook their heads. Young master, there are still 5 more purple gold stones. The female Gu master encouraged warmly. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, not the slightest bit affected. He grabbed the second purple gold stone and continued to grind it. But the result of this one was still a solid rock. There were no Gu worms inside. It was the same for the third one. One of the Gu masters said impatiently, "Stop looking. There is no need to gamble on a rock chosen based on color. If he can get a good Gu, I will eat all the stone powder on the floor." Someone laughed lightly. "Young master, don't be discouraged. Aren't there 3 more? You have only cut through half." The female Gu master exhaled, cheering for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed the 4th piece, and when he grinded it to the size of a palm, he suddenly stopped. There is material. The stone material has changed. It is not purple gold stone, but a black ink color. Is he really going to catch a dead mouse with a blind cat? The surrounding Gu masters let out a soft gasp. "Young master, please be careful when you cut the rock. Don't move too much. The sleeping Gu worms are extremely weak. If you use too much strength, you will accidentally kill the Gu worm inside." The female Gu master did not expect such a situation to occur. She was stunned for a moment before cautiously reminding him. Fang Yuan's movements were much slower, and as he rubbed his fingers, the stone fell off with a sizzling sound. It was intermittent, no longer as continuous as before. The black stone powder fell, the stone became smaller and smaller, and Fang Yuan's movements became even slower and gentler. The stone powder on the carpet piled up higher, and the black ink stone core in Fang Yuan's hands was finally used up. "Sigh, what a pity, it is only a stone in a stone. What a waste of my emotions. I thought there was really a Gu worm." You guys are too gullible. Is stone gambling such an easy thing? 10 out of 10 are empty. Otherwise, how can the shop make money? Young master, your luck is actually quite good. You got a stone and a stone on your first try. Normal people can't do it. The female Gu master used another method to console Feng Yuan, and at the same time to prepare his heart for the following outcome. It was common for people to end up empty-handed from stone gambling. From her point of view, Feng Yuan was just doing it casually. The possibility of him choosing a Gu stone was close to zero. Feng Yuan smiled and did not reply but took out the fifth piece. He carefully grinded it, and this time in just 10 breaths of time, the purple gold stone surface was ground away, revealing a bumpy yellow mud ball. Chapter 42. Don't tell me it's a rock in a rock again. Seems like it. But it's weird, this yellow soil is wrapped in a hard purple gold rock. It should be smooth and round. Why is the surface uneven? The surrounding Gu masters were puzzled. Looking at the yellow soil ball in his hand, Feng Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart moved slightly. He continued to grind, and the blue light was like water, turning the soil into powder. In the powdery soil, there were many lumps of soil, falling onto the pile of stone powder at his feet. Don't tell me there's really something inside. Some Gu masters saw this and stared with their eyes wide open. It's hard to say. Some people's tone was uncertain. I feel like there's something inside. It seems like there's something inside, someone said softly. The yellow soil ball gradually became smaller, and when it was about the size of a palm, someone suddenly barged into the tent. Lad, take it easy. I, Jia Jinsheng, will buy this soil ball. Feng Yuan's hand stopped, and at once, the Gu masters in the tent focused their attention on this person. This person looked young, about 20 to 25 years old. He wore a golden robe with a silk belt around his waist, and in the middle of the belt was a square jade piece. The jade piece had a horizontal jade rune, forming the rarely seen one word. Obviously, this was a rank 1 Gu master. 20 years old and still a rank 1 Gu master, it seems his aptitude was not that great. But this person's status was somewhat special. Seeing this person, the Gu masters in the tent bowed and said in unison, "Subordinate greets second young master." Second young master? He called himself Jia Jinsheng. Could he be the half-brother of the caravan leader Jia Fu? That means this gambling den should be opened by him. But now that he interfered, it seems like he is breaking the rules of the casino. The Gu masters discussed softly. That's right, I am the shopkeeper of this shop. Little brother, so young yet you are gambling on stones. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your family? I will offer 40 yuan stone to buy the soil ball in your hand. What do you think? 40 pieces of yuan stone is quite a lot, and there might not be any Gu inside. It's just that I'm in a good mood today, and since it's your first time gambling, I don't want you to lose all your money. Take it as me giving you some back. Jia Jinsheng quickly walked in front of Feng Yuan and said, 40 yuan stone? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, squinted at Jia Jinsheng and sneered, It seems that you want to forcefully buy the mud ball fossil in my hand? Forcefully buying was against the rules of the casino. Moreover, on Qingmao Mountain you want to bully me, a person with the surname Guyue, in public? Hearing Feng Yuan's final words, the other Gu masters present could not stand still. They could not help but feel a sense of common hatred towards the enemy as they rushed towards Feng Yuan's direction. The way he looked at Jia Jinsheng also became unfriendly. Jia Jinsheng had thought that a 15-year-old boy like Feng Yuan would be easy to deal with, and that he would be able to move his heart with just a few words. He did not expect Feng Yuan's methods to be so good. With just a few words, he had fallen into a disadvantageous situation. Seeing the posture of the Gu masters rushing over, Jia Jinsheng's expression immediately changed. He changed his tone and hurriedly waved his hands. Little brother, you misunderstood. I am the shopkeeper of the gambling den. How can I destroy my own platform and break my own rules? Then how can I still do business in the future? I just saw that your mud ball was interesting, so I wanted to buy it. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. But if you don't have anything later, don't blame me for not warning you. Feng Yuan did not bother with him anymore, turning his head and concentrating on rubbing the mud ball in his hand. His movements were very slow, very meticulous. Often, after a while, wisps of dry mud powder would fall down. As he moved, a dormant goo worm gradually appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god, there really is a goo worm. He really opened a goo. Are you kidding me? This kind of stone gambling can work? This young man's luck is off the charts. He actually used his luck to forcefully open a goo worm. At once, the goo masters exclaimed in shock. The female goo master subconsciously covered her mouth, looking at this scene in disbelief. She had become a shop assistant, and had been to many villages, meeting all kinds of people and many customers, but she had never seen such a dramatic scene. There really is a goo worm. Jia Jinsheng's eyes flashed with a cold light, his heart filled with hatred. He was narrow-minded and easily jealous. What he liked to do the most was to take advantage of others. What he hated the most was to be taken advantage of. He opened this gambling den, and arranged a tight network of spies inside. Once a customer seemed to be opening a goo worm, he would get the news and appear, usually forcefully buying it. Right now, Feng Yuan was in his gambling den, opening a goo worm right under his nose. Jia Jinsheng felt his heart bleed. What he opened was a toad goo. It was yellow all over, its belly was pale yellow, its back was brown and bumpy, covered with warts that were unique to toads. At first glance it was somewhat horrifying. It was not big, only the size of a palm. Holding it in his palm, it was like holding 2 or 3 eggs. Under all kinds of shocked, envious and jealous gazes, Feng Yuan's expression was calm as he carefully mobilized his primeval essence, injecting it into the toad's body. Immediately, this toad was refined by him. Goo worms obtained from unsealing fossils were extremely weak. Not only did they have little strength left, their will was also muddled, without any ability to resist, and could be easily refined by the goo master. The toad goo was awakened from its slumber by Feng Yuan. It slowly opened its eyes, its belly slightly bulging as it softly called out, "Croak." Although this sound was weak, it caused the expressions of the people present to become extremely interesting. The difference in value between a living goo and a dead goo was huge. It's a living goo, he opened a living goo. Someone rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe it. This is a mudskin toad, damn it, it really is a mudskin toad. Someone recognized the toad goo's identity, shouting excitedly, "This young lad is so lucky. Why don't I have such luck?" Someone sighed, his emotions complicated, containing envy, jealousy and hatred. "Young master, congratulations. This is the most precious goo worm I've seen so far." The female goo master was so excited that her words were somewhat incoherent, her eyes shining brightly. "It's actually a mudskin toad. This is a rare rank 2 goo worm, worth a whole 500 yuan stone. Damn it. Someone actually opened such a goo worm in my shop. I've lost big. Jia Jinsheng's face was pale, staring at the toad. He had a strong urge to snatch it over. But he knew he couldn't. If he really did that, he would be seeking his own death. This was not his clan's village, but a foreign land, the territory of Guyue clan. Maybe I should offer a few dozen more yuan stone, maybe he will transfer it to me. That's right, he's just a student. If I offer 100 yuan stone, I'm not afraid he won't be moved. Why didn't I do that? Jia Jinsheng was filled with regret. No, maybe this lad doesn't know what's good for him. Although he opened this mudskin toad, I should be able to suppress the price and buy it. Jia Jinsheng had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But the next moment, this glimmer of hope was mercilessly shattered by Feng Yuan's words. Feng Yuan stared indifferently at the mudskin toad in his hands, not caring about the exclamations of shock and admiration from others. He used a calm tone and said to Jia Jinsheng, "Mudskin toad, rank 2 goo worm, eats a caddy of yellow mud every meal. The more fertile the mud, the better. It is rare, and is the main goo needed to refine the treasure brass toad. The market price is 500 yuan stone. Jia Jinsheng, do you want to buy it? You actually know so much." Jia Jinsheng's lips trembled, almost speechless after such a blow. Feng Yuan laughed lightly and continued, "If you're not willing, then forget it. I'll sell it to others. I believe there will be people who will buy it." Hold on. I'll buy it. But can you lower the price a little?" Jia Jinsheng's face showed a bitter smile. Feng Yuan turned around and left. Jia Jinsheng quickly chased after him. Don't go. I'll buy it. Fong Yuan did not have any plans to nurture this mudskin toad. It was a rank 2 goo worm, and Fong Yuan was only at rank 1 initial stage. Although it ate yellow mud, Qingmao Mountain was covered in green mud, and it was troublesome to get food. Moreover, if he did not sell this toad goo, Fong Yuan would have to feed 3 goo worms at the same time with his own strength. Yuan stone consumption would increase, and the yuan stone he had now was not enough to feed them. Thus, Fong Yuan's goal had always been to sell the mudskin toad and earn 500 yuan stone, earning a sum of money. 500 yuan stone to a rank 1 initial stage goo master like Fong Yuan was already a huge sum of money. The transaction was completed quickly, and Fong Yuan transferred the mudskin toad to Jiajin Shang in front of everyone, and at the same time received 5 heavy money bags. Each money pouch contained 100 pieces of primeval stones. Fong Yuan's original wealth was 98 pieces, and after spending 60 in stone gambling, he was left with 38 pieces. This way, his wealth multiplied by several times, and he now had 538 yuan stone. Many goo masters saw this scene with their own eyes, and their eyes turned red. Fong Yuan kept the 5 money bags in his arms, and picked up the last purple gold fossil, walking out of the tent leisurely. "Young master, is this yuan stone not working?" The female goo master blinked, and looked at Fong Yuan's back, reminding him loudly. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear, and left the gambling den without looking back, leaving behind a group of stunned goo masters, looking at each other in silence. Chapter 43. Waves rose and fell in the green copper primeval sea, rising and falling. Above the sea, the liquor worm curled up into a ball, emitting a faint white mist of wine. A gust of primeval essence rushed upwards, straight into the wine mist. By the time it landed, half of it was gone, and the color was deeper. From the initial stage emerald green, it turned into the middle stage pale green. The middle stage primeval essence fell into the primeval sea, but it did not mix with the initial stage primeval essence. It was as if it was heavier, sinking into the bottom. The upper half of the primeval sea was initial stage primeval water, and the lower half was middle stage primeval essence. As time passed, the wine mist lingered in the aperture. Under the refinement of the liquor worm, the initial stage primeval essence gradually decreased, and the middle stage primeval essence gradually increased. It could be clearly seen that the middle stage primeval essence in the lower half was getting higher and higher, while the initial stage primeval essence in the upper half was dropping and rising. Fong Yuan refined the primeval essence while absorbing the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone, quickly replenishing the aperture in his body. Finally, 45% of the primeval sea in the aperture was completely refined into middle stage primeval essence. Thanks to the middle stage primeval essence, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to cut the rock 5 times in a row in the gambling den. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in the dormitory, Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes. It was already late at night. After he came out of the gambling den, he did not go to any other shops, but went straight back to the academy. Although it was near the Guyue village as a rank 1 initial stage goo master, having 538 yuan stones was still too much. This was not only because these yuan stones were heavy and inconvenient to carry around, it also attracted covetous eyes, and could endanger one's life. If a rank 1 upper stage or even a rank 2 goo master had evil intentions with Fong Yuan's current ability, he would not be able to handle them. Money is just a worldly possession, and it is sad that people die because of money. It is laughable that many people in the world cannot see through this. The boat of profit carries many people, and also how many people sink. Fong Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, looking at the gray yuan stone in his hand. A complete yuan stone was the size of a duck egg, but the one in his hand, because half of the true essence had been absorbed, had already shrunk a whole circle. Fong Yuan did not feel heartache at all. Everything has its pros and cons. He only had C-grade aptitude, and he had to use the liquor worm to refine his Zhan Yuan. Yuan stone consumption was several times that of his peers. However, it was also because of this that he was able to overcome his lack of aptitude. In terms of true cultivation progress, he could be ranked in the top 3. Fong Yuan put the yuan stone back into his coin pouch, and took out the last piece of the purple gold fossil. He had bought a total of 6 pieces at the casino, opened 5 on the spot, and brought the last one back with him. His eyes shone brightly and he activated the moonlight goo again. His 5 fingers rubbed together as he dissected the rock. Under the blue light, the purple gold fossil rapidly shrunk, and in the end, it was ground into nothingness, leaving only a small pile of stone powder on the ground beside the bed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. When it came to stone gambling, 9 out of 10 gambles were lost. Even if he had 500 years of experience, he could only lose 8 out of 10 gambles. The remaining 20% chance of winning was divided into dead goo and live goo. The dead goo did not have much value. As for the live goo, it might not be that rare goo. If it was really a live goo with great value, it would instead attract a fatal disaster. Feng Yuan's current cultivation was very low. He was at the bottom of the goo master hierarchy. If the mudskin toad that he had just opened was not near the Guyue village, he might have been robbed by Jiajin Shang. Gambling was never a way to get rich. Instead, many people went bankrupt because of it. This was not Feng Yuan's path of development. Although the last purple gold fossil did not have a goo worm, Feng Yuan was not disappointed. But Feng Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, looking at the pile of stone powder on the ground, he gradually smiled. That's right, his ultimate goal in entering the casino was this pile of stone powder. As for the mudskin toad, it was just something he did in passing. He dissected the rock in private, and other than him, no one knew the true result. From now on, he could make an excuse and say that the liquor worm was awakened from this purple gold fossil. This was a great idea. First, no one could be sure what kind of goo was sealed in the fossil. Who would dare say that the liquor worm could not sleep in the purple gold fossil? This was completely possible. Secondly, he had a few eyewitnesses. Him opening the mudskin toad must have left a deep and distinct impression on the goo masters in the casino. Thirdly, even if someone did not give up, he could attribute it all to luck. Luck was the hardest thing to understand. Even if someone suspected that this was the flower wine monk's liquor worm, with the excuse of luck, there was nothing they could do. In the dark room, Feng Yuan's gaze was gloomy. Blindly hiding it was like trying to cover a fire with paper. One day he would be exposed. To get rid of the liquor worm, he had to take the initiative. This was Feng Yuan's style. Moreover, he had thought about it carefully. In the following cultivation process, he needed to expose the liquor worm. A rank 1 goo like the liquor worm is very precious to a rank 1 goo master. But at rank 2 it is no longer useful. Thus, if it is exposed, it will at most attract some attention. It does not affect the big picture, so it is not important. It is not like the spring-autumn cicada. If the spring-autumn cicada is exposed, I might die without a burial place. With 500 years of life experience, Feng Yuan had long since seen through people's psychology and understood it like the back of his hand. The flower wine monk's inheritance and the mudskin toad. In my memory, these were the only 2 things that could be taken advantage of, and now I have picked them up. From now on, I can only rely on myself to cultivate step by step. Feng Yuan sighed and stretched his body, feeling a kind of fatigue. A goo master's primeval sea cultivation could not replace sleep. Feng Yuan pulled up the bedding and laid on the bed, his eyes still half open. Although there were more than 500 pieces of yuan stone hidden at the head of the bed, and many jars of green bamboo wine stored under the bed, he still felt a faint sense of danger. These 500 pieces of yuan stone was already a limit. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. Feng Yuan was clear that his primeval stone expenditure would only increase in the future. And most of his income came from extorting his classmates. He could already feel that the classmates around him had obvious improvements. Especially in the recent extortions, Guyue Mabei, Qicheng and his brother Guyue Fangzheng, these 3 had great improvements in their fist and leg skills. In the past, they could be dealt with in 1 or 2 moves, but now they needed 5 or 6. After 3 or 4 more robberies, their fist and leg skills will be honed. They will challenge me one by one, and with my current stamina, I can't take that kind of continuous battle. 500 pieces of yuan stone may seem like a lot, but with my intense consumption of 4 pieces of yuan stone a day, it is actually not much. There are no more treasures on Qingmao Mountain, but the nearby Baigu Mountain has a secret inheritance left behind by a rank 4 righteous Gu master. But to obtain this inheritance is very troublesome. There is an important checkpoint that requires 2 people to work together to pass. The main thing is that the flower wine monk's inheritance is too little, And I only got a liquor worm. There is still that image wall. Maybe I can sell it to one of the merchants in the caravan. As Fang Yuan pondered, his eyelids became heavier and heavier until he fell asleep. Chapter 44. The next day at noon, Fang Yuan went to the merchant district outside the village while he was eating lunch. Because they had to work during the day, there were not many villagers in the tents and stalls. Fang Yuan followed his memory and walked to the place where the intimate grass was sold last night. But he saw an empty handcart parked on the spot. Dragging the handcart was an ostrich. It stood proudly on the spot. Its body was as big as an ostrich and its appearance was like a chicken, but its back was bulging, forming an arc. A pair of wide wings were folded at its side, its colorful feathers bright and dazzling. The chicken's head was raised high, its bright red comb like an agate crown. Under the illumination of the sun, it shone with a lustrous luster. It seems I was a step too late. The intimate grass has already been sold out. What a pity. If I had bought a few kilograms of intimate grass, I could have saved a lot of yuan stone. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused for a moment before he left and continued walking inside. Come, let's taste the village's wine. There are over 100 types of fine wine here. There's the best lantern grass wine, the lingering 9 melody wine, the quiet and elegant Gulongjing wine, the sweet and sour flower stone wine, the mouth-watering 100 springs old cellar, the rich and fragrant drunken 3 autumns. In front of a blue barrel-shaped tent, the waiter was shouting with all his might. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, his interest immediately piqued. He turned around and entered this wine shop. The wine shop's facilities were very unique. At the innermost part of the tent there was a long counter. A Gu master was guarding it. Behind him were tens of wicker basket-sized crystal ladybugs, clinging to the tent's cloth. The tent's floor was not covered with carpet, but directly exposed the mountain rocks and soil. In the soil grew a group of colorful mushrooms. These mushrooms were colorful, round and round, somewhat cute. Some were as big as a table, some as small as a stool. Around a table-sized mushroom, there were a few stool-sized mushrooms. These are true mushrooms, intentionally grown by a Gu master. They can absorb dust and turbid air, purifying the air, a type of grass Gu. Fang Yuan immediately recognized these mushrooms. He chose a small mushroom and sat down. The surface of the mushroom immediately caved in slightly, giving Fang Yuan the illusion that he was sitting on a sofa on earth. Young master, this is the wine list. What kind of wine would you like? A waiter came over. Fang Yuan looked at the wine list and found that the wine here was more expensive than the green bamboo wine. I'll have a glass of monkey wine, Fang Yuan said as he put down the wine menu. A cup of monkey wine. The waiter turned his head and shouted. At the counter, the rank 1 Gu master heard it and immediately bent down, taking out a bamboo wine cup from the counter. Then, glass in hand, he turned to face the tent behind him. On the blue canvas of the tent, there were dozens of large crystal ladybugs quietly clinging to the tent with their heads down and their tails up. It was like a decoration hanging on the wall of a tent. These crystal ladybugs were also a type of Gu. Their stomachs were hollow and were often used by Gu masters to store precious liquid. They were transparent, as if they were made of crystal. From the outside, one could see what kind of wine was stored in the round stomachs of the ladybug. The Gu master quickly found the crystal ladybug with the monkey wine in it. He placed the bamboo wine cup under the mouth of the ladybug, and used his other hand to gently stroke the ladybug's crystal carapace. An extremely small amount of primeval essence flowed into the crystal ladybug's body. Then the ladybug opened its mouth and a stream of wine flowed down, pouring into the bamboo wine cup. The wine splashed for a while and suddenly stopped. The Gu master placed the bamboo wine cup filled with monkey wine on the counter. The waiter outside the counter had been waiting for a long time. He carefully picked it up and walked a few steps, bringing it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only took a light sip. The monkey wine was a fruit wine. It was mellow and sweet, soft in the mouth. He did not drink again, but with a thought, he called out the liquor worm. The white and fat liquor worm turned into a white light, drawing a half arc in the air, and with a plop it fell into the wine cup. The wine splashed everywhere, splashing on the mushroom table. The liquor worm happily rolled around in the wine cup, the monkey wine dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths the wine cup was empty, not a single drop left. It's the liquor worm, the Gu master at the counter exclaimed, his eyes shining. He was a rank 1 Gu master with only D-grade talent. He followed the caravan and worked in this wine shop. He wanted to travel while looking for opportunities. The liquor worm could refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. To a rank 1 Gu master, it could be said to be an extremely precious Gu worm. Wasn't this the opportunity he was looking for? Young master, I wonder if you can part with your liquor worm? He excitedly walked over, his face full of sincerity. Fang Yuan shook his head, firmly rejecting him, then got up and left. His purpose in coming here was to expose the liquor worm. He never thought of selling it. Young master, please wait. I am very sincere, maybe we can sit down and slowly discuss. The Gu master reluctantly followed Fang Yuan to the entrance of the tent. But Fang Yuan did not respond. In the end, he could only stand still, looking at Fang Yuan's back with great regret as he turned the corner and disappeared from his sight. Unknowingly, the sun gradually set, the crescent moon flying up. In the night, the moonlight shone like water, but was evaporated by the lights of countless shops. Tonight, the shops were crowded, and business was still booming. Fang Yuan was pushed forward by the crowd, all kinds of discussions unavoidably entering his ears. Shops usually open for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is already the second night. By the morning of the day after tomorrow, the caravan will set off again. So if we want to buy something, we have to hurry. Yesterday I saw a golden belgu. It's too expensive. After haggling with the shopkeeper for half a day, it didn't get much cheaper. I'll go take a look tonight. Did you guys hear just last night? A young man actually opened a mudskin toad in the gambling den, earning a total of 500 yuan stone. Fang Yuan listened attentively, and could not help but feel disappointed. He did not hear any news about the liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 Gu. It is very important to rank 1 Gu masters, but to rank 2 and rank 3 Gu masters, it cannot refine their primeval essence. So it is normal that no one paid attention to it. But the matter of exposing the liquor worm, I can't be too hasty. If I do it too pretentiously, I will be exposed, Fang Yuan thought to himself as he walked. At this moment, the crowd in front of him surged. Immediately after, Fang Yuan heard someone shout, "Come and see, there is a black-hearted shop, selling fake gu to our clansmen." Immediately, there were people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation. Something like this actually happened. Quick, go and see which shop dares to deceive our clansmen. Fang Yuan followed the flow of people, following them. He saw a group of people surrounding the entrance of a large red tent, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Some were looking curiously, some crossed their arms and looked coldly, but most of their faces were shrouded in a thin layer of anger. 2 people stood at the entrance of the tent. One was a young rank 2 Gu master, looking at his attire. He was obviously a Guyue clansman. The other person was a familiar face. It was the owner of the gambling den, Jia Jinshang. The young Gu master held a black Gu worm in his hand, raising it up high and shouting at the surrounding people, "Clansmen, this is the person in front of me. Yesterday he sold me a fake Gu. He lied to me and said it was a black boar Gu, selling me 250 yuan stone. But when I bought it and refined it, I found out that it was not a black boar Gu. It was just the most common smelly fat worm." Jia Jinsheng laughed coldly. "Don't slander me. When did I say this Gu was a black boar Gu? What proof do you have?" The young Gu master saw Jia Jinsheng's denial and was furious, grabbing Jia Jinsheng's arm. "You unscrupulous merchant, you dare to deny it. You dare to lie to your Lord Guyue on Qingmao Mountain. Are you looking for death? Let go." Jia Jinsheng was also furious, swinging his sleeves and slapping the young Gu master's hand away. "You want to cause trouble and extort money, but you don't know who you are dealing with. I'm not afraid of you. My brother is Jia Fu, a rank 4 Gu master. What can you do to me?" "You." The young Gu master stared angrily, but did not dare to make another move. The title of a rank 4 Gu master had already scared him. "Apui." Jia Jinsheng spat on the ground, raising his head and looking at the young Gu master, letting out a disdainful laugh. "You are the one who wanted to take advantage of me. Why don't you use your brain to think? The black boar Gu can increase a Gu master's strength from the root. It is such a rare rank 1 Gu, Its market price is even higher than the liquor worm, usually selling for 600 yuan stone. You think you can buy a black boar gu with 250? Dream on. Bastard. The young gu master gritted his teeth, his face red and his body trembling in anger. His chest was filled with anger from the humiliation. The crowd was buzzing, restless and discussing, but no one dared to step forward. Jia Fu's title as a rank 4 gu master was like an invisible mountain, suppressing the crowd. This lad is too despicable. What an unscrupulous merchant. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant on Qingmao Mountain, so he is Jia Fu's younger brother. I heard they have the same father but different mothers. He himself is only a rank 1 gu master, but using this relationship to act like a tyrant in the caravan. What exactly is going on? Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Jia Fu is here. The leader is here to settle the dispute. Everyone move aside. The discussion suddenly stopped, and the crowd quickly dispersed, forming a narrow passageway. A short and sturdy middle-aged gu master with a fat belly walked along the passageway and walked in. He wore a long-sleeve yellow robe. It was the leader of this caravan, Jia Fu. Lord Jia Fu, greetings. Even though the young gu master was filled with anger, he did not dare to show it. He forcefully held it in and cupped his fists towards Jia Fu. Jia Jinsheng stood on the spot, as if he did not expect his brother to come. His face turned pale and his eyes flashed with anger. This slight change in expression made Fang Yuan, who had been observing from afar, fall into deep thought. Chapter 45. Hello, young gu master, do you have any questions? Jia Fu walked to the center of the crowd and asked in a friendly manner. The young gu master was overwhelmed by the favor, and bowed again. He glanced at the clansmen around him, then gathered his courage and told them everything that had happened. So that's what happened. Jia Fu listened and nodded. He then asked Jia Jinsheng, little brother, is there such a thing? Jia Jinsheng turned his head and snorted, not looking at him. Jia Fu muttered to himself. The surrounding people were quiet, not daring to disturb his thoughts, and were waiting for his judgment. Speaking of this matter, it was all Jia Jinsheng's business scam. But this young gu master was at fault. If not for his greed clouding his mind, how could he have fallen for it? If Jia Fu wanted to protect his brother, with his rank 4 cultivation, even the Guyue clan leader could not do anything to him. Jia Fu muttered to himself for a while before finally speaking. I understand this matter. It is all my brother's fault, causing this brother to suffer losses and buy fake goods. I am really sorry. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards the young gu master. Lord Jia Fu. The young gu master was surprised and quickly declined. You are a rank 4 gu master. I am only a rank 2. This cannot be done, this cannot be done. Jia Fu waved his hand. This has nothing to do with the gu master's cultivation. I only deal with matters and not people. A mistake is a mistake. I represent the caravan to apologize to you. As for compensation, how about this? You lost 250 yuan stone. I represent the Jia family to compensate you double. He was a man of his words, and immediately a follower beside him took out 5 money bags, handing them to the young gu master in front of everyone. Every money pouch was bulging, each containing 100 primeval stones. The young gu master received the money bags, and was so excited that he could not say anything. But brother, I have something to advise you. Jia Fu continued, the black boar gu is very rare. It can increase a gu master's strength from the root. Although it is only rank 1, it is hard to find in the market. As long as it appears in the market, it would be bought immediately. Their prices were all around 600 yuan stone. Trying to buy a black boar gu with 200 yuan stone is not realistic. Junior has learned his lesson. The young gu master sincerely bowed to Jia Fu. Cheers came from the crowd. Lord Jia Fu is wise. Amazing, as expected of Lord Jia Fu. As a rank 4 gu master, he doesn't use his strength to bully the weak. Lord Jia Fu is truly a role model of the righteous path. No. Jia Fu smiled and cupped his fists towards everyone. He said humbly, our Jia family has always been doing business with integrity. Everyone, my younger brother is young and ignorant, and likes to tease others, but he is actually kind-hearted. I hope everyone can be magnanimous. The surrounding cheers became even louder. Humph! Jia Jinsheng's face was livid. He stomped his feet angrily and turned around to enter the tent. Then he passed through the tent and walked out from the back of the tent. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Seeing this, his heart settled. Looks like the image wall left behind by the flower wine monk can be sold now. The flower wine monk used the photo Audiobook to record the ugly state of the 4th-generation Wuxia clan leader. Before he died, he was filled with indignation and used this photo Audiobook, slapping it on the stone wall and forming an image wall. The images on the image wall cycled continuously, showing the truest scene of that time to the world. Following the principle of maximizing profits, Fang Yuan had wanted to sell this image wall for a long time. He was sure that the other two clans on Qingmao Mountain, the Bai clan and Xiong clan, would be very interested in this image wall. But for him to personally sell this image wall was not appropriate. His cultivation was still too weak. If he brought the image wall to the other clans, he would most likely be killed. Even if the transaction was successful and he returned safely, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. If the news leaked to the higher-ups of the Wuxia clan, he would be chased out of the clan at the very least. According to Fang Yuan's plan, he still needed to make use of the Wuxia clan. Thus, the safest method was to sell it to one of the merchants in the caravan. These merchants were outsiders, and not participating in the power struggles of Qingmao Mountain was the most ideal choice. In another day, this caravan would set off, leaving the Wuxia village towards the Xiong clan, and then the Bai clan. Selling it to them, Fang Yuan would be able to minimize the risks of the transaction. It was the safest and most reliable method. Another cup of wine. Wine, where's the wine? Quickly bring it over, are you afraid that I can't afford it? Jia Jinsheng slammed the mushroom table, roaring, Young Master Jia, your wine. The waiter quickly brought the wine over. Jia Jinsheng immediately grabbed the bamboo wine cup, raising his head and drinking it in one gulp. Good wine. He laughed loudly, his voice desolate and hoarse. With a bang, he slammed the wine cup on the table and shouted again, Give me another cup, no, as much as you have. The waiter in the wine shop naturally did not dare to offend him, and could only do as he said. Fortunately, the tavern was already overcrowded. Not only were there people sitting around the mushroom table and stools, even the surrounding aisles were crowded with people. Jia Jinsheng was in a drunken frenzy, shouting and yelling. But in this noisy tent it did not stand out. Jia Jinsheng drank cup after cup, trying to drown his sorrows. His back was facing the crowd, and no one noticed that as he drank, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Who could understand his pain? Who could understand his sorrows? A pitiful place would definitely have a hateful person, and vice versa. Everyone had their own backstory. Among the brothers, he was the youngest, the most handsome, and the most similar to his father, so he was doted on by his father. But the heavens played a trick on him, and he only had a mere D-grade talent. Ever since he was young, he had lived under the oppression of his brothers. He was not satisfied, he wanted to resist, but due to his lack of talent, he could not do it. His father felt that his time was up, and wanted to split the family property. He let his brothers lead a caravan in pairs. He promised to split the family property according to their results. Jia Jinsheng wanted to rely on his own methods to obtain the family property, as well as the acknowledgement of the clan. But he did not expect that he would once again become his brother Jia Fu's stepping stone. The moment Jia Fu appeared, he knew that he had fallen into a trap again. This whole thing was a conspiracy from the beginning to the end. But what could he do? Ever since he entered this caravan, he had always been firmly suppressed by Jia Fu. The huge difference between a rank 4 and a rank 1 made him even more powerless. Jia Fu. He squeezed out this name from between his teeth, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. He was really not satisfied. You want to deal with your brother? I can help you. At this moment a voice entered his ears. Jia Jinsheng was stunned. He turned his head to look, and found that there was someone sitting beside him. He shook his head a few times, blinking his eyes, and finally saw the person clearly. If it was not Fang Yuan, who else could it be? It's you. He stared at Fang Yuan, slightly angry. I remember you. Such a lucky lad. You actually got a mudskin toad from the gambling den you gave me. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Fang Yuan looked at Jia Fu, his gaze as cold as water. I have a big business deal. If you want to get better results and get a bigger share of the family's assets, why don't you listen to me? Jia Jinshang's face instantly revealed a shocked expression. He straightened his back and sat up straight. How do you know about the family's assets? This matter was kept secret. Outsiders could not possibly know. But Fang Yuan pointed it out with one sentence. These trivial matters of the Jia clan are not secrets. Why can't they be hidden from the people of this world? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, and could not help but think of the memories of his previous life. The Jia clan leader was a legendary figure. He had started from scratch, made his fortune with a caravan, and revitalized the Jia clan. He was old and sensed that his life was coming to an end, so he let his children lead a caravan in pairs, and split the huge family assets according to their results. The better the results, the more assets they would get. But his eldest son Jia Fu and his second son Jia Gui were both extremely outstanding. They competed for 6 to 7 years, and there was no clear winner until the Jia clan leader died of old age. After the Jia clan leader died, he left behind an extremely huge family assets. In order to fight for the family assets, Jia Fu and Jia Gui turned on each other, escalated their internal strife, and brought in external help. This triggered a large-scale Gu fighting conference, and finally both sides perished together. The Jia clan was strong for a while, but soon fell, causing people to sigh. Jia Jinshang squinted his eyes, and did not comment on Fang Yuan's explanation. He thought to himself, Father announced the rules of splitting the family assets last year, and now it is already the 2nd year. There are no walls in this world that have ears, and it is not strange for this matter to be leaked out. What he was really worried about was whether this was another trap set by Jia Fu. But no matter what, there is no harm in listening first. Fang Yuan did not speak immediately. He looked around, and this wine shop was the one he entered at noon. The wine shop's shopkeeper had a unique way of operating, and business was almost bursting at night. The tent was noisy and overcrowded. Talking here was actually safer than in a secluded place, and could avoid being eavesdropped by Gu insects. He crooked his finger at Jia Jinshang. Come closer. Jia Jinshang snorted unhappily, but he still leaned over. After listening to Fang Yuan's narration, he frowned and looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. This business involves the 3 mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain, and it is taboo for us businessmen to get involved in the local power's internal strife. Humph, you were sent by Jia Fu to frame me, right? Fang Yuan had already expected him to have such suspicions, and did not explain at all. He stood up and left. Haha, if that is the case, then I will go talk to your brother. Jia Jinshang squinted his eyes, and kept staring at Fang Yuan. Until Fang Yuan was about to walk out of the wine shop, he finally could not sit still anymore. He stood up and chased after Fang Yuan outside the tent. Don't go, we can talk again. Fang Yuan put his hands behind his back and glanced at him, saying coldly, I know you have doubts about me, but now you are completely suppressed by your brother, and have almost lost everything. If you believe me, there is still a sliver of hope. If not, there is no hope. Let's see if you dare to take this gamble. Jia Jinshang's expression changed, and he corrected. Jia Fu is just a little older. I have never promised him that he is my brother. But what you said is right, I will take this gamble. Fang Yuan said solemnly. 2,000 yuan stone, no bargaining. Jia Jinshang smiled bitterly. This price is too high, this business is risky. The higher the risk, the higher the profit. Fang Yuan shook his head, and his attitude was firm. If you sell it to those 2 strongholds, I guarantee you will earn even more. Jia Jinshang nodded, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. I believe you on this point. These years the Bai clan's power has been expanding rapidly, and they have produced another great genius called Bai Ningbing, who has great prospects. The power structure of Qingmao Mountain is already gradually changing. Your Guyue stronghold's position as the overlord has already been shaken. If I sell it to the Bai clan, I believe I can at least double the profit. Hearing that Jia Jinshang had such a thorough understanding of Qingmao Mountain's situation, Fang Yuan could not help but reevaluate him, and thought to himself, this Jia Jinshang after all has a background, and has been nurtured by his family. He is not a good-for-nothing playboy. Jia Jinshang sighed. Whether this is a trap or not, I have jumped into it. I promise you 2,000 yuan stone deal. But I want to see the goods first. Of course, follow me. Fang Yuan laughed and immediately turned to lead the way. Jia Jinsheng was already in the trap, and everything was in his control. Chapter 46. According to his memory, Fang Yuan brought Jia Jinsheng to the crack in the mountain wall again. The two entered the crack, the path became narrower, and their vision became dark. Jia Jinsheng became more bewildered as he walked. After all, he was not familiar with this place. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore. I have a question. Jia Fu has always been honest, kind, and trustworthy. But I am a swindler forcing people to buy and sell. Why did you choose me for this transaction and not him? Fang Yuan's reply came from the crack. Because his cultivation is too high, if he saw the image wall, he could choose to trade with me, or he could choose to give up and give the image wall to Guyue clan leader. I don't like to put the initiative in other people's hands. Moreover, I have never believed in honesty. The so-called reputation is bullshit. It's just that the benefits are small and can't move my heart. The main reason was that Jia Jinsheng's status was special, and his cultivation was weak, so it was easier to manipulate him. But Fang Yuan naturally would not say this out loud. Jia Jinsheng laughed dryly. His suspicions were mostly dispelled. Your last sentence resonated deeply with me. The two finally squeezed into the secret cave in the mountain. Jia Jinsheng saw the image wall at the first moment, and could not help but laugh heartily. Haha, I made the right bet, you didn't lie to me. Fang Yuan stood behind him, laughed lightly, and did not say anything. Jia Jinsheng looked at the image wall. The images on the mountain wall kept changing, replaying the enmity between the flower wine monk and the fourth-generation clan leader. After looking at it once, he looked away and turned to look at Fang Yuan, saying, Looks like that fourth-generation ancestor of yours is not that great after all. Fang Yuan said, This is nothing. The Guyue clan needs a hero, so the fourth generation became a hero. Not long after, the Bai clan needs a despicable villain, and the fourth generation will become one. Hero villain, these are just other people's opinions. That's wonderful. Jia Jinsheng clapped his hands and laughed as he looked around the secret cave. His gaze paused on the skeleton of the flower wine monk and said, It's a pity for a fifth-rank expert. Brother, you must have gotten a lot of benefits from him, right? The inheritance of a rank 5 Gu master was no small matter. When Jia Jinsheng thought of this, he couldn't help but be tempted. He couldn't help but ask Fang Yuan about the situation. Fang Yuan shook his head. It has been so long, many of the Gu are dead. I only got a liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng didn't believe him. Brother, don't lie to me. As long as this deal goes through, we'll all be in cahoots. I won't tell anyone. Tell me honestly, how much did you gain? Fang Yuan sneered. He could not be bothered to reply and did not explain further. Fang Yuan had already expected Jia Jinsheng's reaction. This was the reason why he chose Jia Jinsheng over Jia Fu. Jia Jinsheng continued, minding his own business. Let's not talk about anything else. I know that the flower wine monk has a famous 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. This is a rank 5 Mount Gu. It has a huge body and is extremely good at burrowing into the ground. The flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. He can move freely and easily because of this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, allowing him to escape from the encirclement of the righteous cultivators. Oh, there's such a thing. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard much about the flower wine monk. Jia Jinsheng said proudly, When I came to your village last year, I heard this legend and found it interesting, so I went home to ask around. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider and the flower wine monk are inseparable. From what I can see, this secret cave in the mountain was created by the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. Otherwise, how could Qingmao Mountain's thick and sticky green soil form a secret cave naturally? Brother, don't try to hide it anymore. The flower wine monk died here, so his 1,000 miles earthwolf spider is definitely here. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He faintly felt something was wrong. His gaze was gloomy as he said, That's right, there are no other exits here. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider's body is huge. If we went through the crack we came in from, we wouldn't be able to squeeze out. But there's also the possibility that this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider was killed by the fourth generation. Look at the image wall. The flower wine monk did not summon the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider during the intense battle. Then this matter is even more fishy. This secret cave can't be formed naturally. It must have been created by the flower wine monk at the last minute. Without the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, does he have other methods? Jia Jinsheng looked suspiciously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyebrows were knitted into a knot. He felt that something was wrong. From the new information he had just received from Jia Jinsheng, he vaguely felt that he had missed out on something. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jia Jinsheng was also thinking. The image wall could no longer satisfy his appetite. When he confirmed that this matter was true, he really wanted to dig out the flower wine monk's inheritance from Fang Yuan. Neither of them expected that at this moment, something strange would happen. Suddenly, the image on the screen wall, which had been in a cycle, flashed. A heavily injured and extremely pale bald Gu master replaced the original image and appeared on the image wall. He slumped weakly on the ground, his back leaning against the mountain wall. His chest and limbs were filled with deep wounds. But the strange thing was that although these wounds were skin and flesh exposed, they did not bleed. It was as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. I am the flower wine monk. The bald Gu master snickered, his face sinister and terrifying. Successor, no matter who you are, to be able to make my image wall replay for close to 100 days, it is enough to prove that you have no good feelings towards the Guyue clan. Very well. You are my successor. I will leave all my inheritance to you, but I have one condition. You must destroy the Guyue clan for me, and slaughter the entire village, leaving no one alive. Jia Jinsheng stood rooted to the ground, his face full of shock. The rank 5 flower wine monk's inheritance. He was stunned, and for a moment his head buzzed, his thoughts tumbling. Oh my god. A rank 5 expert, what kind of concept is that? A rank 3 is a clan elder, and a rank 4 is the head of a village. And a rank 5 Gu master is a mountain lord, able to dominate a mountain and act like a tyrant. To think that in this small place, there would be a rank 5 Gu master's inheritance. Wait, the flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. If I inherit his strength, isn't that a little inappropriate? No, strength has nothing to do with good or evil. The flower wine monk wants his successor to exterminate the Guyue clan. Do you think I will do it? He is already dead. I just need to inherit his inheritance and not care about it. This is a huge opportunity. Although I only have D-grade talent, if I inherit the flower wine monk's inheritance, I might be able to change my talent. Those rare Gu worms that can raise talent might even be in this inheritance. If I inherit this wealth and become a rank 4 or 5 Gu master, I will be able to fight against Jia Fu. Wait, I almost forgot there is still an outsider. What should I do? Do I have to split the inheritance with him? No, kill him. Only by killing him will I be able to keep this secret. Right, calm him down first, and say that we will split the inheritance equally to deceive him, so that he will let down his guard. Then I will ambush him and kill him here. This place is so well hidden, even if I kill him no one will know. Although he thought so much, it was only a short moment. Having made up his mind, Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes and a fake smile appeared on his face. He slowly turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 eerie blue moonblades shooting towards him. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. The distance was too short. He could not react in time. You. His voice stopped abruptly. The moonblades accurately hit his neck. In an instant, his head flew up into the sky, blood gushing out like a fountain. After a second or two, his body fell to the ground with a thud. Boiling hot blood sprayed on the mountain wall, dyeing the withered vines red. Killing is killing, why think so much? Fang Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently, before turning his gaze to the image wall. To think that there would be such a twist. Really interesting. He mumbled, his eyes shining with a faint light. Chapter 48. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack! The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, resisting the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyu village, countless tall buildings were lined up in rows, their heads buried as they endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off again. The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind. Gu masters lead the gu worms, especially the fat beetles, don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and take good care of the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guyue village for 3 days, the caravan left, following the Qingmao mountain path towards their next destination. The rain washed the land, and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostrich hung its head down at this time. Its brightly colored feathers were soaked by the rain and stuck together into pieces. It was truly a drenched chicken. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad gu happily cried out, carrying the goods and gu masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved happily in the muddy water. To protect the goods and prevent them from being drenched by the rain, the gu masters displayed their abilities. On the bodies of a few fat beetles, there were gu masters standing in the middle. Their hands were raised high, and an inch above their palms, each had a single qi golden light worm floating in the air. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor, and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The gu worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time a rank 1 gu master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while a gu master shouted, "I can't hold on any longer, my primeval essence is almost depleted. Who will replace me?" "I'll do it." Almost immediately, a gu master rushed over and took over his position. Some gu masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk gu in their bodies. Under the green silk gu's power, the gu master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They interweaved with each other, wrapping around the gu master's body and the gu mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk gu was a rank 1 gu worm, often used by gu masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the Ichi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk gu was refined with the rank 1 black boar gu, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane gu. When the black mane gu was activated, not only the hair, but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the gu master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane gu continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 gu, the steel mane gu. Other than the Ichi golden light worm and green silk gu, many gu masters in the caravan chose the water spider gu. It could be seen that these gu masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The gu masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, the gu master would need to activate the water spider gu to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road, taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos, the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather! The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain, the mountain roads were even harder to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness would be a light one, but there might even be repercussions. If the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the Gu master on the road. If they met with a landslide on the mountain road, or if they were attacked by wild beasts or Gu worms, they might even lose their lives. The caravan was huge, and there were many Gu masters. But every time they traveled, there would be a large number of casualties. Mortal martial artists died the most, and Gu masters would also have casualties. If the caravan was unlucky enough to meet with a large migrating beast group, there was a possibility of the entire caravan being wiped out. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds liked to rob outsiders. Let's go, see you next year. Some Gu masters sat on their Gu worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Guyue village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. You must come again next year. The children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. The future is uncertain. The world is difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will be left in the village. Whether it is a caravan or living in a village, it is not easy to make a living. The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household garbage left behind. Feng Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat, colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. The heavens are really on my side. Feng Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore the most ordinary linen clothes, his body was thin, his skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled slightly under the umbrella. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinsheng last night and cleaned up the scene, but it happened suddenly and there was something wrong. Especially the smell of blood, because the secret cave was not ventilated, it was not easy to get rid of. This heavy rain washed the land and the air, and greatly weakened the detection methods that relied on smell. There would definitely be a small waterfall falling from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short period of time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of wonderful Gu worms and a variety of detection methods. Even Feng Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Feng Yuan's feet, splashing water. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner, and completely entering the dense forest, Feng Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious look. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation is weak, and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short period of time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jia Fu will come back to investigate, and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is even more inferior. This arrangement by the Jia family head is to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a blow, to let him see the reality, and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jia Fu's temperament. If the blow is too great, to the point where he can't even tolerate his own brother, how can he pass the position of Jia family head to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity! What a pity for such a good chess piece. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinshang and Jia Fu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his mind. In his plan, Jia Jinshang was a very suitable chess piece. His cultivation was weak, but his status was very high. Although he was clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control him. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, and prepare to kill and rob in the future. Secondly, Fang Yuan would hide behind the scenes, and use him and the Shadow Wall to provoke the conflict between the three villages on Qingmao Mountain, causing a civil war and benefit from it. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause the venomous insect fighting conference, and it would be a major event. There were many benefits, and Fang Yuan could definitely get the most out of it. My current cultivation is too low, and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece, and I will still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family, and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinshang can solve the problem easily. What a pity! I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more valuable than a chess piece like Jia Jinshang. Of course, if he could have both, that would be the best. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinshang could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. Most things in this world do not go your way. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Fang Yuan's original plan. And after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of words appeared, telling Fang Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole, and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The words only appeared for a few breaths, and then disappeared. The shadow wall also returned to the most ordinary mountain wall. Fang Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinshang in a hurry, there are many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crevice for now. I have to hide in the village for the time being, and guard against the investigation. Fang Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. Recently, I have been consuming large amounts of Yuan stone, and have refined middle-stage primeval essence. Using middle-stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I can break through to middle stage in the near future. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have a higher chance of inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of the demonic path was not as gentle as that of the righteous path. There would usually be dangerous tests. If one could not pass the test, the price would often be their life. Life is hard to predict, but it is also because of this that it is interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish-green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew and the raindrops slanted, hitting Fang Yuan's shoulder, and a chill assaulted him. He then thought of Jia Jinshang. He sighed in his heart. Jia Jinshang, actually, I didn't want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece. Chapter 49. This heavy rain lasted for 4 days before it stopped. The sun rose high into the sky, lifting the curtain of rain, as if it was opening the curtains for summer. The breath of summer was already faintly discernible. The weather became clearer, sweeping away the lingering breath of spring, and the temperature gradually rose. In the spring night, the active dragonpill crickets retreated, hiding deep in the ground to lay eggs. The unique green spear bamboo on Qingmao Mountain began to grow crazily, growing taller almost every day. The leaves of the plant started to turn from emerald green to dark green. The green mountain stretched on, looking even more verdant. The sky was clear blue like a crystal. Clap, clap, clap. In the arena of the academy, there was the sound of fists and legs clashing. After more than 10 moves, Gu Amabe was kicked in the stomach by Fang Yuan. He staggered back 5 to 6 steps just out of the circle drawn on the ground. The martial arts instructor stood outside the arena, presiding over the match. Seeing this, he immediately announced, Gu Amabe has been knocked out of the arena. Gu Fang Yuan wins 33 rounds in a row. Humph, I lost to you again this time. Gu Amabe gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Fang Yuan. But don't be arrogant. One day I will defeat you. And I can already feel it. That day is getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, then lowered his eyelids. That kick just now has caused you to bleed internally. You'd better heal your injuries first before we talk. What's this small injury? Gu Amabe had just retorted half a sentence when his expression suddenly changed. His throat could not help but roll, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. This was the first time he had suffered such an injury. He could not help but reveal a look of terror in his eyes. The martial arts instructor quickly walked over, comforting him. Don't worry, this injury will be healed after a few days of rest. Just that you have to stop training for a few days. You can't do any intense activities. The moment he said that, 2 healing Gu masters outside rushed over and carefully supported Gu Amabe out. Gu Amachin didn't dare to speak again. He looked deeply at Fang Yuan, his eyes filled with anger, resentment, regret, and unwillingness. Although Mabe's martial arts are very good, he still can't beat Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is too powerful. No one can beat him. The Mabe was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. How terrifying. I don't want to fight this guy. Sigh, but the instructor said that today is actual combat practice, fighting in the arena. Everyone has to go up and fight. The students stood outside the arena. Some looked at Fang Yuan in fear, some sighed, some looked pale, and some were on tenterhooks. Among them, there were even some who were injured. Some of them covered their bruised and swollen faces, while others pressed down on their arms and sucked in cold air. There were even some lying on the ground, massaging their thighs. Next, no one went up for a long time, and the instructor shouted, but no one answered. Usually, only Gu Amabe, Gu Cheng, and Gu Fangjing had the courage to challenge Fang Yuan. But these 3 had already been beaten down. The students were silent and some of them even took a few steps back. The instructor looked at the students' cowering expressions and frowned. He couldn't help but think of the academy elder's words. These days, Fang Yuan's limelight is too much, we need to suppress him. The other students are suppressed by him to the point they can't even lift their heads. If this goes on, their courage will be destroyed. Our academy is nurturing tigers and wolves that dare to fight against strong enemies, not lambs that are afraid to fight. What's wrong with all of you? No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only 15 years old. He is the same age as all of you. He is the same age as all of you. He eats the same food and drinks the same water as all of you. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He is not a monster. Gather your courage. Let me see the pride of the Guyue family buried in your hearts. The instructor roared, trying his best to motivate the students. But he is too strong, we can't beat him at all. The students that fought with him were all so pitiful. Mabe was even beaten until he vomited blood. Fang Yuan's attacks are getting heavier, instructor, we don't dare to fight with him. The students retorted in a small voice, cowardly. The instructor was so angry he almost stomped his feet. This bunch of ignorant kids. He could clearly see that Fang Yuan had fought 33 consecutive battles without any rest. Although Fang Yuan had been adjusting his breathing, he was almost out of energy. Fang Yuan's attacks were getting heavier. This meant that he was no longer as skilled as before. He was slowly losing control of the situation. If they put in a bit more effort, they could force him to show signs of fatigue. If they put in a few more people, they could defeat him on the spot. Once they defeated Fang Yuan, his power would drop drastically, the students' courage would be ignited, and the goal of suppressing Fang Yuan would be achieved. But now, the students were all intimidated by Fang Yuan's tiger skin. Sometimes what defeated oneself was not the strong enemy, but one's own heart. The instructor was anxious and continued to encourage them. But he was not good with words. He had said the same thing before. igniting the students' blood and igniting a few challengers. But he had said the same thing too many times. The students were already numb to it. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, coldly watching everything. Although he was standing in the center of the field, he seemed like an outsider. The instructor had been encouraging for a long time, but the students were still looking at each other. No one moved. The instructor could not help but feel angry and helpless. He turned to face Fang Yuan and unhappily scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are also at fault. Your attacks are getting more and more vicious. Sparring with fellow students should be more gentle and friendly. How can you be so heavy-handed? Next, you need to be more careful. Be careful when you attack. If you beat your fellow students until they vomit blood again, I will judge you as the loser and let you leave the field." "Instructor, you are wrong." Fang Yuan coldly snorted. His eyes did not show any signs of weakness. Facing the instructor, sparring, naturally we need to give it our all, otherwise how can we achieve the purpose of training? Don't tell me that when we fight in the future, can we also ask our enemies to be gentle and friendly? The instructor was enraged. "Humph, your attacks are vicious. You hurt your fellow students, and you still dare to twist words and force logic. Instructor, you are wrong again." Fang Yuan coldly sneered. "You are the one who arranged this sparring, and raised the prize to 20 yuan stone. Without your instigation, would these people be injured? Bastard." The instructor was not good with words. Pointing at Fang Yuan, he roared, "Do you still want the prize or not? If you continue to quibble, even if you get the first place, I will still judge you as the loser. You are not united and friendly, and you dare to contradict your teacher. How can you be qualified to get 20 yuan stone?" Fang Yuan laughed. "It is only a win or lose, only 20 yuan stone. Do you think I care?" As he spoke, he turned around and walked out of the center of the field, under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Although the screen wall was not sold, but Fang Yuan had more than 100 yuan stone in his hands. Moreover, this time he was not here for the yuan stone. Seeing Fang Yuan really walk out of the field, the instructor could not help but be stunned, revealing a look of shock and confusion. Shouldn't a 15-year-old youth be full of vigor, eager to fight? Fang Yuan had such fighting talent, his temperament should be even more so. Why did he just leave the field? Moreover, this Fang Yuan did not have any funding, so the yuan stone should be very tight. Why couldn't he be attracted by these 20 primal stones? For a moment the instructor was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Fang Yuan did not fall into the trap, directly walking out of the field. The instructor suddenly realized there was really no way to deal with Fang Yuan. With his status, he could not blatantly find trouble and force Fang Yuan to go on stage, right? The surrounding students all retreated, keeping a distance from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood outside the field, with no one beside him. With him as the center, 5 steps around him there was a circular empty space. Unfortunately, if they stood beside Fang Yuan, they would hear Fang Yuan trying his best to suppress his breathing. "I don't have enough stamina." Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. On the surface, he looked energetic, but his body, which was covered by his clothes, was trembling slightly. His body was only that of a 15-year-old, and he did not have the help of a goo worm. 33 matches consecutively, he was close to his limit. Although he had rich fighting experience from his previous life, but in this period of time, the other youngsters' martial arts had improved greatly. From their bodies, Fang Yuan could already feel an increasingly strong pressure. This pressure was directly reflected in Fang Yuan's attacks. His attacks were getting heavier and he could not hold back anymore. In the previous battles, the students were too weak, thus he could handle them easily, and the youngsters only suffered some injuries at most. But now, his control over the field was getting weaker, and he had to use heavy attacks to stabilize the situation. Experience is not omnipotent after all. The power of any thought needs a material foundation to have a medium. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Actually, he had already seen through the instructor's thoughts. He was not surprised, and had already expected that there would be pressure from the academy. Ever since he killed Gao Wan, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to challenge him. When he was extorting, many people were pressured by his pressure, and did not dare to resist, obediently handing over Yuan stone. If this went on for a long time, Fang Yuan's undefeatable image would be established. It would leave a shadow in the hearts of the other youngsters, and caused them to lose confidence in their martial arts from the start. This was something the academy elder did not want to see. He needed Fang Yuan to promote the improvement of the students, but he did not want Fang Yuan to completely extinguish the students' fighting spirit. He wanted to see Fang Yuan fail. Once Fang Yuan fails, the undefeatable image he had built up in the early stages would be destroyed. At the same time, it would awaken the other students' fighting spirit. And after a setback, it would mold their unyielding fighting spirit. But to Fang Yuan, he needed this kind of deterrence to make it easier to extort Yuan Stone. If he fails, the youngsters would realize his weakness and attack together. Although Fang Yuan had a lot of Yuan Stone, but extortion was his main source of Yuan Stone. If he lost this source, he would be like a water without a source. So Fang Yuan went on stage and fought 33 consecutive matches. His real goal was not the 20 Yuan Stone reward, but to maintain his deterrence. If he avoided battle from the start, it would only show his weakness. But if he continued to fight, he would be exposed. What are you all standing there for? Who hasn't gone on stage yet? Go on. The first place gets 20 Yuan Stone reward, don't you want it? The martial arts instructor was stunned for a while, before shouting out loud. The remaining students immediately became enthusiastic. Fang Yuan had already left the stage, and it was as if an invisible boulder had been lifted from their hearts. I'll go. I'll go. The two youngsters fought to be the first, jumped onto the stage and began exchanging blows. Sigh, if I had known, I would have waited and not rushed to go on stage, and wouldn't have been chased off the stage by Fang Yuan. What a pity, I didn't expect Fang Yuan to go on stage. He really dares. Look, even the instructor can't do anything to him. The instructor heard the whispers behind him, and immediately felt his prestige dropping. He was very annoyed and really wanted to punish Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't do anything wrong. Taking the initiative to leave the stage was allowed. The instructor was depressed and helpless in the end. He looked at Fang Yuan and glared at the latter. Fang Yuan's lips curled into an angle and thought, such shallow methods, this instructor is quite cute. Chapter 50. A pair of deep eyes stared at the training field from afar. The academy elder stood by the window on the third floor, watching everything that happened in the training field. He frowned deeply. The moment Fang Yuan took the initiative to enter the stage, he could not help but feel astonished. He did not expect Fang Yuan to do so. This kid, he is quite slippery. He is well versed in the academy's rules, and has never made any mistakes. Although he often sleeps in class, but once he is asked, his answers are always comprehensive, and no one can pick out any mistakes. To catch his weakness and suppress his aura, it will be difficult. Unknowingly, the academy elder felt a slight sense of disgust towards Fang Yuan. As a teacher, he naturally liked obedient and smart students. He hated those who did not follow the rules and were mischievous. But the academy elder had been in charge of the academy for many years, and was very experienced. He had seen countless students. Among them, there were those who were extremely obedient and obedient. There were also those who caused trouble all day long, and always broke the rules. He had already achieved a state of calm, and treated everyone equally. And at the same time he carved the words as a teacher, teach without discrimination, on the right corner of his study table, as his motto. He had never felt such disgust towards a student. Feeling the disgust in his heart, the academy elder was a little surprised. In the previous years, even the most mischievous students, he was able to tolerate them. Why did he lose his composure when facing Fang Yuan? He thought about it carefully, and after a while he finally found the reason. Fang Yuan, this kid, had a kind of arrogance in his bones. It was as if he did not care about the teachers at all. Not only did he not listen to the martial arts instructor's words, he even publicly refuted him. Actually, the phenomenon of students refuting their teachers in public was a common occurrence in the previous years. But those kids always had agitated emotions. If it was not rebellious, then it was anger, arrogance, etc. The academy elder was very clear. The more agitated the youths were, the more fearful they were. But Fang Yuan did not have any. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in his heart, as if he had seen through the academy's tricks. His face was cold, and even when he stepped down from the stage, there was no change in his expression. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Yes, he treated the matter of disobeying his teacher as a trivial matter. In short, he was not afraid. It was this point that caused the Academy elder to feel displeased and disgusted. The Academy elder could tolerate youngsters who were 10 times more troublesome and mischievous than Fang Yuan. That was because these students all knew fear, and they were all controlled by their agitated emotions. As long as they were afraid, as long as they were impulsive, they would be easily manipulated. But not Fang Yuan. He was calm and collected, not taking his teacher seriously. He did not revere it. If one did not revere the clan, even if he was raised, how could he be used by the clan? Once such a person appears, he must be suppressed. He must be suppressed. Otherwise, his existence would plant the seeds of resistance in the hearts of the other students. As time went on, it infected the others and they no longer respected their teachers. As a school, how are we supposed to manage the students? The Academy elder squinted his eyes and made up his mind. But soon, a worried expression appeared on his face again. How was he going to suppress Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, and he could not find any weaknesses. Fang Yuan's slipperiness gave him a helpless feeling of not knowing where to start. He had never met a student who was so familiar with all the rules of the academy. As the academy elder, he had always been fair and just. He could not be like a hooligan, purposely finding fault with Fang Yuan. He had placed his hopes on the martial arts instructor, but he was deeply disappointed. Looks like to suppress Fang Yuan's limelight, I can only wait for the other students to advance to rank 1 middle stage. For a Gu master to advance, the biggest factor was their talent. With his rich experience, the academy elder had already calculated in his heart. The ones who had the chance to advance first were Gu Fangzheng, Qicheng and Ma Bei. One of them was a grade, the other 2 were B grade, and they had the support of their elders, so they did not lack Yuan stone. No matter which one it was, they had the possibility of becoming this year's first rank 1 middle stage. Gu Fangzheng, Qicheng and Ma Bei. These 3 are the true hope of this year. The academy elder looked at the training field and sighed. With his sharp eyes, he had already discovered. On the training field, the students seemed to be standing casually, but in reality, they had already formed into 3 circles. In one circle, Gu Cheng was holding his shoulder, surrounded by a group of people of the same age. The second circle's center was Gu Fangzheng. The descendants of the clan leader were all subtly relying on this a great genius. The third circle was Gu Ma Bei. His internal injuries had already been healed, and he stood in the middle of the training field, his face pale. The students beside him were asking about his well-being. This is the meaning of allowing them to fight. Looking at the 3 circles, the academy elder smiled, full of gratification. Letting the students fight was not only to nurture their battle instincts, but more importantly, it was to select leaders in advance. In the previous years, the small circles could only be separated in the second half of the year. But this year, because of Fang Yuan's sudden appearance and extortion, the fights were brought forward greatly. Facing Fang Yuan, only Fangzheng, Ma Bei and Qicheng dared to challenge him head-on. After a long period of time, the other youths naturally took these 3 as their leaders after a subtle and imperceptible influence. As long as there were no accidents, these 3 circles would be the future leaders of the clan. But these circles are not stable yet, and there are still people moving between the circles. When the 3 of them advance to the middle stage, they will be given the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor, and with power the circle will be stabilized. The academy elder thought. Of course, there were people who were not in these 3 circles. There was only one, and that was Fang Yuan. It was human nature to rely on the strong. In fact, even though Fang Yuan extorted the students and stood on the opposite side of everyone, but it was not that there were no youths who wanted to rely on him. But these people were all rejected by Fang Yuan. To him, only those who were useful were pawns, and these people of the same age had too little value. This was another reason why the academy elder hated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was too eccentric, and did not fit in with the group. For such a person, the clan did not have as much control over him as they did over the other youths. The academy elder's gaze, once again landed on Fang Yuan in the middle of the field. Fang Yuan stood alone in a corner, his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly closed. No matter how the youths in the field fought for the prize, his expression did not change at all. His surroundings were empty, and none of the youths were willing to stand with him. It was obvious that he did not want these people to stand with him. He stood alone and loneliness enveloped him. He drifted away from the group. But there is no need to worry too much. This Fang Yuan is still young. He can be trained slowly. The academy elder's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The next step is to set up a class monitor and vice class monitor. After a year, they will be divided into groups with a leader and vice leader. Every year, there will be all sorts of glory and rewards, such as the Little Red Flower Award, Blue Scarf Award, 5 Merit Student Award. If he wants to cultivate, he will need resources, and he will have to compete for these positions and rewards. After a long time, he will be bound by family, friendship, and love. There is no need to worry that he will leave the clan's control. Over the years, the academy elder had gradually come to understand. Once a new member of the clan was born, the clan would brainwash them. First, they would be instilled with the clan's supreme values. Then they would be taught morals, and they would realize the beauty and importance of family, friendship, and love. They would also be taught the concept of glory. And in the process of growing up, they would constantly use material rewards to attract them. Using the clan's established positions, they would select and recruit the most loyal clansmen. Don't think that the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor were small, but once they became one, they would be integrated into the clan's system. Under such a system, they would be influenced. On one side were the benefits and sweetness of power, and on the other side were the disadvantages of leaving the system. With a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, who could escape? Even the most rebellious person, the most eccentric person, would be assimilated into the clan step by step. Even if there was no loyalty, loyalty would be cultivated. Even if there was no family, friendship, or love would be involved. That was the power of the system. That was the power of rules. That was the clan's way of survival. Chapter 51. Night fell. The moon was like a silver plate, appearing between the clouds. Sparse stars adorned the surroundings. Guyue Mabe stood in the yard, looking up at the moon, his eyes shining. "Little brother, I heard you got injured today." Guyue Zemo Yan's voice came from behind him. "Sister, are you worried that I'll be traumatized after being beaten up so badly?" The Mabe turned around and smiled. Mo Yan looked at her brother's smile and heaved a sigh of relief. Even though she was worried, she said, "Of course not. I know you the best. My good brother, you have an indomitable fighting spirit. You are the future leader of the Mo family. How could you be scared by such a small injury? I know you love me the most." The Mabe scratched his head and laughed. "Do you know, sister?" Under the bright moonlight, this 15-year-old youngster's eyes shone with a bright luster. "Although I failed again this time, I heard that Fang Yuan guy's hurried breathing during the battle. In the past, I was beaten down by him in 2 or 3 moves, but he was always calm and composed. His panting already revealed his weakness. He is definitely not as strong as most people think. One day I will defeat him fair and square." "Good, you are indeed a good man of the Mo bloodline." Mo Yan laughed and patted her brother's head, showing concern on her face. "But you have internal injuries, so don't practice for the next few days." "Sister, don't touch my head like that. I'm already a grown-up." The Mabe shook his head and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, "I know what you are saying. I already have a plan. I will use these few days to nourish my aperture walls and complete my advancement from initial stage to intermediate stage. I will first get the class monitor position and suppress Fang Yuan's limelight. I will let him know that a Gu master's cultivation focuses on talent. If you think that way, I can rest assured. I was only a vice class monitor in the past. If you become a monitor, it will make up for my regret. Sister, don't worry. I must take the position of class monitor." Almost at the same time, in the Qi family, in the secret room, there was only a torch inserted into the groove of the blue stone wall. The fire burned fiercely, illuminating the small secret room. Guyue Lian, one of the 2 elders in power, was facing his grandson Guocheng. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. Their shadows were cast on the ground, swaying along with the dancing flames. Guyue stretched out his hand and pressed his palm against Qiqing's lower abdomen. Strands of white-silver primeval essence followed the old man's thoughts and poured into Guyue City's aperture. Guyue Cheng's face was filled with nervousness. His mind was completely focused on his aperture, trying his best to suppress the fluctuation of his primordial sea. In this world there are no two identical leaves. To different Gu masters, there was no such thing as identical primeval essence. Once foreign primeval essence entered the aperture, it would cause the primeval essence in the aperture to resist. If Guyue Cheng did not suppress it and allowed the primeval essence to resist, it would definitely cause a clash of primeval essence. The violent fluctuation caused by the clash would cause damage to the aperture. The primordial sea in the aperture was the foundation of a Gu master's cultivation. It was of utmost importance. Once the aperture was injured, the cultivation would drop and the aptitude would drop. Once the aperture was completely destroyed, the Gu master would die immediately. After a while, Guyue Lian slowly stopped the primeval essence injection and retracted his hand. Guyue Cheng immediately heaved a long sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing. "Thank you, grandfather. You have to pour primeval essence into me every 3 days to nourish the aperture. I've made you tired." Guyue Lian's forehead was full of sweat. He sighed and said, "There is no other way. Your aptitude is only C grade. If you rely on your strength to advance to middle stage, it would take a long time. This time is usually twice the time of B grade and 4 times the time of A grade. This way you will be exposed. So although this method is dangerous, it has to be used." Grandson understands grandfather's good intentions. "It's good that you understand." The old man sighed again. "This method has a huge side effect. The aperture walls are being nourished by my white-silver primeval essence. Although the effect of the white-silver primeval essence is outstanding to you, it is still a foreign primeval essence. From now on, even if the aperture walls change from a light film to a water film, it will still be mixed with my aura. The more foreign aura there is, the more the aperture will not exist. This is pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It will shrink your future development space." Guyue Cheng tightly pursed his lips. "Grandfather, for the future of my Qi family, grandson is willing to sacrifice my own future." Guyue Lian's heart was immediately at ease. He nodded and stroked his beard. "You have such thoughts, very good, very good. But heaven's secrets always leave a way out. You are not without hope. If you can find the cleansing water Gu in the future, you can cleanse your aperture walls and get rid of the foreign aura in the aperture primeval sea, eliminating this side effect. Also, grandfather has already used my connections to get people to buy the liquor worm for you. This worm can help a Gu master refine their primeval essence in the rank 1 realm, advancing by a small realm. The primeval essence refined this way is your own primeval essence, and not a foreign primeval essence. If you use it to nourish the aperture, there are no side effects or risks, and the nourishing effect is even better." Guyue Lian was overjoyed. "Thank you, grandfather. But the liquor worm is hard to find. Among the rank 1 Gu worms, the liquor worm, boar Gu, bookworm and so on are the rarest Gu. Once they appear on the market, they are bought almost immediately. Of course, there are some Gu worms in this world that are rumored to be able to change a Gu master's aptitude. But for most of my life, I have only vaguely heard about it, and have never seen it with my own eyes." The old man said leisurely. The night wind blew into the room from the window. Guyue Fangjing sat on the bed with his eyes closed, both hands holding a yuan stone. The green-bronze primeval sea surged without any wind, waves crashing against the white aperture walls. He had a great aptitude, and his primeval sea took up more than 80% of the aperture. His primeval essence recovery speed was 2 times that of Fang Yuan. This unique advantage allowed him to be close to rank 1 middle stage. Whoosh! After a long while, Guyue Fangjing breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The green bamboo buildings were lined up, and it was quiet and peaceful. When cultivating, time always passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's already late at night. Fangjing's mouth moved, and he muttered softly. He slowly opened his hands, and immediately 2 handfuls of gray stone powder fell from his hands onto the floor in front of the bed. Once the natural primeval essence in the yuan stone is completely absorbed, it will turn into a pile of stone powder. Seeing the stone powder fall, Fangzheng frowned slightly. He took out his money pouch, which had already dried up. Opening the pouch, he saw that there were only 3 yuan stone left. Every 7 days, Fangzheng would receive 3 yuan stone from the academy as an allowance, but Fang Yuan would snatch one away, so he only had 2 left. Uncle and aunt would also give him a living allowance, which was also 3 yuan stone every 7 days. How could these yuan stones be used? Fangzheng wanted to surpass his brother Fang Yuan, so he took the initiative to look for uncle and aunt many times to ask for some yuan stone. After a few times, aunt would talk to him and tell him that their family was in dire straits and that they had no spare money. Fangzheng was too embarrassed to ask for more. Father and mother have already done their best to nurture me for my cultivation. I can't make things difficult for them anymore and ask for yuan stone from them. There are only 3 yuan stone left, so I have to use them sparingly. I will use one every day. This way I can use it for 3 days. I have a feeling that after 3 or 4 days, I will definitely advance to the middle stage. I just don't know how Big Brother's progress is. Thinking of this, Fangzheng subconsciously looked out of the window, at the direction of the academy dormitory. I have a grade talent and Big Brother is only C grade. His progress will definitely not be as fast as mine. Big Brother will definitely not be my opponent this time. Big Brother, I will let you know the power of a grade talent. Thinking of this, Fangzheng could not help but clench his fists. Academy dormitory. In the dark, he did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the darkness he did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed. In the dark, he did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the past, at this time, Fang Yuan would have already laid down and slept. But in today's cultivation, he felt that he was just a step away from entering the middle stage. I might as well not sleep tonight, and directly rush to the middle stage. His eyes flashed with determination. Then he closed his eyes, and his mind entered his aperture. 44% of the green copper primeval sea had just been refined by the liquor worm into pale green middle stage primeval essence. Rise. Fang Yuan's mind moved, and the calm green copper primeval sea immediately began to ripple. The ripples became more and more numerous, becoming bigger and bigger, forming wave after wave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The waves came one after another, crashing into the aperture walls all around. It was like crashing into a reef. Most of the primeval essence broke into emerald green waves, splashing high, and then merging into the sea. A small portion of the primeval essence was consumed, turning into traces of mysterious invisible energy, seeping into the white light membrane aperture walls. Rise again. Fang Yuan's mind stirred, and the scale of the pale green waves grew larger and larger. The previous waves were at most like dogs and rabbits running, but now they were like a herd of horses, crashing into the aperture's light membrane. Horses like dragons, waves flying into the sky. The primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the water level continued to drop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The waves were endless, and finally the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. That white light membrane suddenly trembled, and the originally gentle white light suddenly blossomed with an aggressive light. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Knowing that it was a crucial moment, he quickly activated his primeval essence and continued to wash it. The white light became brighter and brighter, and the light rays began to distort and intertwine, giving people a feeling that it was getting thicker and thicker. In a dozen breaths' time, streaks of light appeared on the light membrane. The streaks of light were like streams of water that flowed continuously, colliding with each other. In the process of collision, they continued to merge and strengthen, forming a white stream of light. Finally, the light streams merged into one and completely covered the light membrane. The white light dimmed, and the original white light membrane around the aperture walls had disappeared and was replaced by a spherical white water membrane. The surface of the light membrane was smooth, without any impurities. The water membrane was obviously thicker than the light membrane, and the light on it flowed, flickering. The primeval sea regained its calmness, and there was still 20% seawater left in the aperture. Advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan laughed brightly and opened his eyes. Bright sunlight passed through the cracks of the window and entered. Unknowingly, a night had passed, and it was already morning. Chapter 52. Fang Yuan actually didn't come to class today. Look, his seat has always been empty. How can he be so daring? It's the Academy Elders class this morning, and he actually dares to not come. Not good, the Elder's face is ugly. Looks like Fang Yuan is going to be unlucky. In the classroom, the youths discussed in low voices. Some gazes kept sweeping towards Fang Yuan's empty seat, and the Academy Elder's face was getting darker and darker. Ever since Fang Yuan started his robbery and extortion, he stood on the opposite side of everyone else. Seeing him in trouble was something all the students loved to see. Section 51. Let's see how you explain the situation. The Academy Elder's face was ashen, as he explained the trick of nurturing the aperture. He secretly swept his eyes over Fang Yuan's seat. He laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan. Yesterday I was still worried that I couldn't catch you. Today you came to me on your own accord. You are still a 15-year-old youth. I have overestimated you. The unsightly expression on his face was mostly an act. His goal was to take the opportunity to punish Fang Yuan and get rid of his increasingly arrogant attitude. Undeniably, as time passed, Fang Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger, pressuring the other students to the point where they could not breathe. The Academy Elder did not wish to see one school dominate. What he wished to see was a scene of 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools contending. Come. The Academy Elder bent his finger and lightly knocked on the desk. Sir, your subordinate is here. The two guards outside immediately pushed the door open and entered. The Academy Elder snorted coldly in front of everyone. This Fang Yuan is too outrageous to actually be so lazy, openly skipping class in front of my eyes. Go to the dormitory and bring him here. Yes, sir. The guards turned and left. Seeing the guards disappear outside the door, the Academy erupted into noise when Section 51. Let's see how you explain it. Countless students whispered to each other. Fang Yuan is out of luck this time. Someone's eyes lit up. There's going to be a good show to watch later. Someone laughed gloatingly. Big brother, you're too arrogant. You are challenging the authority of the clan elder. No matter what punishment you receive, you asked for it. Guyua Fangjing looked at his seat and sighed in his heart. Bang bang bang. The Academy Elder's face was grave and stern. He slammed his hand on the desk 3 times. Everyone be quiet. There is no noise in the Academy. At this moment his aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was daunting. Suddenly the classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The students all shut their mouths in fear and sat up straight. It was just that on the surface, but in their hearts, their attention had long been drawn to this matter. The class continued, and the youths all seemed a little absent-minded. Some of the students who were seated near the windows would look out from time to time. Time passed, and after a while, footsteps suddenly came from the door. In a split second, the ears of many students twitched, and dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. He's here. The Academy Elder also heard the footsteps, and he could not help but squint his eyes. He had already thought of how to deal with Fang Yuan. He would punish him to stand outside the door for 6 hours. Although the punishment was not heavy, it was a loss of face. After class, the students would walk in and out of the door, and if they kept walking, they would see Fang Yuan, who was punished to stand. This way, it would shatter Fang Yuan's terrifying image. When the students realized that Fang Yuan was only SOSO, the threat that Fang Yuan brought to them would be greatly reduced, and their hearts would be filled with courage, and their fighting spirit would be ignited. What was amazing was, the punishment for Fang Yuan came from the Academy. Invisibly, there would be reverence. Only reverence would there be obedience. Therefore, although this method was simple, it actually had a deeper meaning behind it. The footsteps got closer and closer, and finally the person stopped outside the door. Dong dong dong. A series of knocks came from the door. I'll open the door. A student who was sitting near the door volunteered to stand up, walked out of his seat and opened the door. The Academy involuntarily quietened down, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the door. Creak. The door was in the hands of the student, and was gently pulled open a gap. Sunlight shone in through the gap, and the body of the student who opened the door, at this moment suddenly trembled. Ah! He was stunned for a moment and suddenly exclaimed and subconsciously took a big step back. His body collided with the desk, and instantly lost his balance, and even the desk and him fell to the ground. His face was completely white and filled with fear. His 4 limbs trembled, and he could not exert any strength. Falling to the ground, he clumsily tried to get up, and then fell back down again. What's going on? For a moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, and they frowned deeply. Countless pairs of curious and inquiring eyes shot towards the door. The door was slowly pushed open by the person outside. The academy elder also subconsciously stopped his lecture. The first thing that caught his eyes was a hand that was supporting the door. A young man's left hand. It was a bloody left hand. A bloody hand. Seeing this bloody hand, many of the female students covered their mouths and let out an uncontrollable cry of shock. The door slowly was completely pushed open. The bright sunlight shone in, the light was blinding, and everyone could not help but squint their eyes. The incandescent sunlight became the background, and a pitch-black silhouette, outlined the outline of a skinny young man, appeared in everyone's vision. For some reason in the academy elder's heart, there was suddenly a strong sense of unease. It's Feng Yuan. Someone let out a shout filled with shock. Everyone quickly adapted to the sunlight, and clearly saw the person who came. They saw Feng Yuan covered in blood, standing at the door with his head held high, as though he had just experienced an intense battle. His left hand that was pushing the door slowly retracted, and his right hand was pulling on his hair, dragging a person. This person's left arm was already broken, and he did not move and had already fainted. He allowed the wound on his left shoulder to gurgle with blood. It's one of the guards that went to find Feng Yuan. Someone recognized the person's identity. What on earth is going on? Someone went crazy. He killed again, and this time he killed a guard. Someone pointed at Feng Yuan and screamed in fear. It was as though the louder they screamed, the more they could release the fear and panic in their hearts. For a moment the academy was in an uproar. Many of the students forgot their discipline at this moment, and unconsciously stood up from their seats in shock. They stared at Feng Yuan at the door with eyes filled with shock and panic. In their imagination, Feng Yuan would be escorted here by 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right. But the reality in front of them was, Feng Yuan's body was covered in blood, and his expression was cold, as though a demon had arrived. Of the 2 guards, one had disappeared, and the other was not moving. Blood slowly flowed out from his body, and very quickly accumulated into a pool of fresh blood at the door. A thick stench of blood instantly filled the air in the hall. The academy elder was stunned. He had never expected such a scene to unfold. After the shock, there was a surge of anger. These 2 guards were martial artists with different surnames, and if they died, then so be it. The academy elder did not care. But the key was their identity. They were the academy's guards, and represented the academy's authority, and represented the academy elder's face. This Feng Yuan was simply too daring. It was bad enough that he killed Gao Wan, but now he even dared to kill the academy's guards. No, it was not just daring, it was a naked provocation, a provocation of the academy's authority. The academy elder's hair stood up in anger, and he pointed at Feng Yuan and shouted, "Feng Yuan, what's the matter with you? You have to give me a clear explanation, and give me a reason to forgive you. Otherwise, just based on the fact that you killed the guards, you will be thrown into prison, and await the family's punishment." All the students kept quiet out of fear. The windows were shaking, and the academy elder's roar echoed throughout the academy. Only Feng Yuan's expression was calm, and his eyes were deep as usual, without a trace of emotion. Looking around, Feng Yuan loosened his right hand, and with a plop, the guard's head fell into the pool of blood on the floor, and blood splattered, staining Feng Yuan's trousers. He cupped his hands towards the academy elder, and in the silent academy, his calm voice rang out, "Sir Academy Elder, this junior indeed has something to report. Speak." The academy elder clasped his hands behind his back, and raised his head to look at Feng Yuan, his gaze like ice. In his heart, he was laughing coldly. "Feng Yuan, you have made one mistake after another, and your mistakes are getting bigger and bigger. I want to see how you explain yourself." Duh. Chapter 53. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack! The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, fighting against the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyu village, countless tall buildings were lined up in a row. They buried their heads and endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off. The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind. Gu masters lead the gu worms, especially the fat beetle. Section 47. Jiajin Shang, I don't want to kill you. Don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and look after the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guyue village for 3 days, the caravan left, following Qingmao Mountain's mountain path towards their next destination. The heavy rain washed over the land, and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones, which was still okay. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostriches hung their heads, their brightly colored feathers drenched by the rain, sticking together into pieces. They were truly drenched. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad gu happily cried out, carrying the goods and gu masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved through the muddy water. In order to protect the goods from the rain. Section 47. Jiajin Shang, I don't want to kill you. The gu masters were also showing their abilities. On the bodies of the fat beetles, there were gu masters standing in the middle. They raised their hands up high, and a golden radiant chi insect hovered an inch above their palms. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The gu worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time a rank 1 gu master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while a gu master shouted, I can't take it anymore, my primeval essence is exhausted. Who will replace me? I'll do it. Almost immediately, a gu master rushed over and took over his position. Some gu masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk gu in their bodies. Under the green silk gu's power, the gu master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They intertwined with each other, wrapping around the gu master's body and the gu mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk gu was a rank 1 gu worm, often used by gu masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the Ichi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk gu was refined with the rank 1 black boar gu, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane gu. When the black mane gu was activated, not only the hair, but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the gu master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane gu continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 gu, the steel mane gu. Other than the Ichi golden light worm and green silk gu, many gu masters in the caravan chose the water spider gu. It could be seen that these gu masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The gu masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, The Goo Master would need to activate the water spider goo to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road, taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos, the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather! The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain, the mountain roads were even more difficult to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness was a light one, but there was a chance that they would contract some sequelae, and if the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the Goo Master on the road. If there was a landslide on the mountain road, or if they were attacked by wild beasts or goo worms, they might lose their lives. The caravan was huge, and there were many Goo Masters. But every time they traveled, there would be a large number of casualties. Many mortal martial artists died, and Goo Masters would also have casualties. If the caravan encountered a large migrating beast group, it was possible that they would be completely annihilated. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were still others. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds liked to rob outsiders. Let's go, see you next year. Some Goo Masters sat on their goo worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Guyue village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. You must come again next year. The children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. The future is uncertain. The ways of the world are difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will remain in the village. Whether it is a caravan or living in the village, it is not easy to make a living. The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household rubbish left behind. Feng Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat, colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. The heavens are really on my side. Feng Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore an ordinary linen shirt, his body was thin, his skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled under the umbrella with the wind. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinsheng last night and cleaned up the scene, but it happened too suddenly and there was something wrong. Especially the smell of blood, because the secret cave was not ventilated, it was not easy to get rid of. With this heavy rain, it washed the earth and the air, greatly weakening the detection methods that relied on smell. There was definitely a small waterfall coming from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of amazing goo worms and a variety of detection methods. Even Feng Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Feng Yuan's feet, splashing water everywhere. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner, completely entering the dense forest, Feng Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious expression. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation is weak, and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jia Fu will come back to investigate, and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is far behind. The Jia family had arranged this to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a setback, to let him see the reality and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jia Fu's character. If the setback is too great, to the point that even his own brother can't be tolerated, how can the Jia family head position be given to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity! What a pity for such a good chess piece. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his heart. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable chess piece. Jia Jinsheng's cultivation was weak, but his status was high. Although he was a little clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control it. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, in preparation for killing and robbing in the future. Secondly, Fang Yuan would be hiding behind the scenes, using him and the shadow wall to incite conflict between the 3 villages on Qingmao Mountain, triggering a civil war, and reaping the benefits. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause a Gu fighting tournament, and it would be a huge matter. There were many benefits, and Fang Yuan could definitely obtain great benefits from it. My current cultivation is too low, and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece and still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family, and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinsheng can easily break out of this situation. What a pity! I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more precious than Jia Jinsheng. Of course, if he could have both, that would be great. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinsheng could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. 10 out of 10 things in this world do not go your way. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Fang Yuan's original plan, and after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of blood words appeared, reminding Fang Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole, and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The blood words only appeared for a few breaths, and then disappeared. The shadow wall also reverted to a normal mountain wall. Fang Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinsheng in a hurry, there will be many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crack for the time being. I have to hide in the village for the time being, and guard against the investigation. Fang Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. In this period of time, I have consumed large amounts of Yuan stone, and refined middle stage primeval essence. Using middle stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I will be able to break through to middle stage soon. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have more confidence in inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of a demonic cultivator was not as gentle as that of a righteous cultivator. There would usually be dangerous tests. If the test was not passed, the price to pay would be his life. The affairs of the world are hard to predict, but because of this, it is very interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew and the raindrops slanted, hitting Fang Yuan's shoulder. A wave of cold air assaulted him. He then thought of Jia Jinsheng. He sighed in his heart. Jia Jinsheng, actually, I did not want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece.